if that works, or if my audio's showing up or anything. Just bear with me a minute if I am... if it is actually live streaming. Just got to figure out what buttons I'm pressing. Wish there's a way to refresh my phone. Well, refresh YouTube, I should say. Right, I believe it's... well, in theory it's working. I've done private test streams, but they don't show up on YouTube. Well, it does, but I can't click anything. Oh, that is good news. Moderation, blah, 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 blah. Close that. Rebel by choice, I'm here. Will, Provolone 18, what's up, bro? How's it going, man? Right. Close. I've got a chat window, but it's tiny, so if I miss comments, I apologise. Basically, I now understand why people, hopefully if I hit Alt and Tab to the game, yeah, why people use two monitors. I've had to shrink Roadcraft. I've got OBS kind of wedged in the corner, and then there's chat, YouTube live control panel, I don't know what that does, and then something to do with status that's kind of overcrowded. Yeah, I'm kind of... Roadcraft is half over OBS at the minute, so it's all a bit, oh, what do we call it? Oh yeah, I tried goddamn horse and it said you can't use profanity. Do you know what? We'll wing it. Spell damn like a dam. Goddamn horse highways. See? How is the word damn? What about the Hoover Dam? We don't give a damn. Yeah, right. Loaf horse highways. Oh yeah, and then it'll say like over 16 characters or something. See? What the... why even offer it me if you're going to be that moany? Loaf horse. That will do. Do you know what? We'll go for the American one this time because I went for the Land Rover last time. You want to apply? Yes. Right, we'll start from scratch. Yes. She's loading. Right, so it's on YouTube. See Ray Simplicity. Wolf volume really low. Let's try. How's cheers for letting me know. How's that sounding? For some reason, phone's still showing. I can't even see the rest of that. Your emoji. I've clicked, like, obviously I'm doing this on the PC. I've clicked on my own phone and I've got the stream up. I don't know what you mean by still showing an emoji. Right, hopefully. As well, I know, apologies that there's kind of like, it's not completely full screen. I don't know why, when I try and resize it in OBS. If you miss any information, blah blah blah, codec section. I might end up turning these off.
Hey there, the name's Kelly, and I'll be your friendly neighborhood dispatcher for today, and every day unless we screw something up.
See now why some people... She doesn't bother me, but again, in situations like this,
until then, I'll be here to help as much as I
where
can.
she's just going to be
Not
yapping.
that you need much help with your first task. You need to head to the lookout point and take in the general layout of that town on the coast.
Talking over the live stream.
You're bracing for one hell of a storm. I
There's
suggest
Mr.
you
Wolf,
get on with the agenda
getting better,
before the
as
storm
always. Right, I'll try... Oh, shit, I'm going to have to Alt-Tab, one sec. I'll move the volume up on that a little bit. How's the game is the game volume enough? I can change both of them. Just sort of need to know if they're relative to each other. I could turn my phone up and listen to it, but then there's going to be like a feedback loop where you're hearing my live stream playing my live stream. But we'll get there, we'll get it figured out. Good, horn works. You have to cancel the whole thing. Sorry, I keep trying to read comments, but they're I'm having to completely look away from the screen. I can see the video fine though, but got you on TV. Robbie L, hello man. Z-Fold 6 fills the screen perfectly, sir. That is good news. Cheers for letting us know. It's mostly on my phone. It's just like slight black box at the edges, but when I resize it in OBS, it won't let me resize it diagonally or horizontally or vertically. Wish she'd shut the fuck up. And when I start trying to make it bigger diagonally, it just has a thing showing like it's cutting the screen off. So at that point, I'll end up losing like all the buttons, like the handbrake and all that. So yeah, I've made it this far. We'll just have to do it. Yeah, that'll do for now. Again, I understand now why people just got 2 monitors so they could move like OBS and everything over and then have an actual like full screen for gaming. Yeah, I decided to start a completely new one, because if I start playing on the playthrough I've already started, then by the time I've finished the live stream I'm going to be like X amount of missions ahead. Might miss like, you know, options for like doing videos of missions and all sorts, so I thought it's just safer, plus I can mess around on this one. Yes, game doesn't need to be very loud. Take a 0.25% away. It's going to be trickier. One sec, like winch point. Yes. Oh shit, I'm hitting a post, that'll be why. Oh fucking hell, I wish they'd make the winch menu a bit better. Handbrake. What a noob I am. Sounding better. Cheers man. My graphics card is kind of struggling to run this game. Is it? What graphics card have you got? And 2 little mice, £2. I appreciate it, man. I'll put it in the pot. Help cover some of the cost of the setup. Originally, one thing I noticed with PC is, like, in theory you could build a very cheap PC, which is cool in a way because there's like a lot of scope for your budget and all the rest of it, but it's very easy to kind of go down the rabbit hole of like, oh, well, this item's only a little bit dearer and it might be a little better, and next thing you know you've just priced up like a fucking 24 grand computer. Well, alright, probably not quite that, but you know what I mean. Right, that worked-ish. Get a bit violent with it so it fling the gate open. Rebel, got you on TV, it's all I need. We use a phone to write. That's good news. Overall, I've managed, yeah, to squeeze everything over to the left-hand side of the screen. So, hopefully it doesn't mess my audio up. I'm just going to turn my headset volume down because it's quite loud in my ear when that music goes off. What was that, cock blocking my accelerator? Right, so we've got to go over here and clear that out. Bloody handbrake. You can always count on a Ford to break down or get stuck. Or in the case of a Mustang, drift it into a crowd full of people. Is that what this truck is? Like, I'm assuming like a Ford F-150 maybe? F-250? Not too clued up on, especially newer vehicles. Yeah, I'm pressing it. If you piss off with the hints, might work. Okay, we'll do it the old school way.
Hey.
Got it. Hey look, she buggered off. She said hey.
You're not a bad navigator.
God
To be
damn it.
fair, a child could handle it if it could reach the gas pedal. Still, he did fine too, so
Nice.
kudos to you. Now it's time to get you to
Game
your
mode.
forward base. It's not much to look at, but should keep you warm. Oh,
Sunflower.
and on your way there, be a darling and
Let's see if we
clear
can
the
knock this
pencil
down
entrance
first
to the
time.
gallery.
Ramming
They're
speed,
coming
it's
later.
not.
If the higher ups
So-
don't cut the funding.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to kind of increase this speed a little bit quicker. It's not the end of the world, but again, being used to SnowRunner where you can just mash like L1 and jump through the gears, they seem to not like that too much. Will Holden Harrison, oh my god, the true wolf lives. Glad to see you, man. Yeah. I must admit, it ended up Being like, what, a year? It didn't feel like a year at all. Which, yeah, it originally all started because my phone died, and then, see that tractor's driving at me again. It got stuck in like a loop of, when it dies, you plug it in and charge it, and when it gets to, I believe it's 5%, it starts booting the phone up. But then it was running out of battery before it could boot itself up, so then it'd start again, like the Apple logo would just flash, and that was it. It was stuck on that for about 3.5 weeks. It came on for about an hour, no, not even an hour to be fair. I started like trying to open YouTube, etc. on the phone, it just crashed again, got stuck in a loop for like a week or so. Yeah, and then it's been terrible for a while. Long story short, in February earlier this year, why is that not moving? It came up saying like I can't use eBay anymore because I need to update to iOS 17 or something, and then I realised I was on iOS 18.3, and that's when it dawned on me like, oh, that's why my phone's been terrible for the last couple of years, because it's basically given my phone an iPhone 7 Plus the last update it would let it have. But yeah, iPhone in general, like the newer ones, have all progressed onto like iOS 18 and all that. So that's why my phone's been crashing like crazy. I started thinking, right, I'll try and get a new phone then, because if I can't get on eBay, I was like, it's only a matter of time. I remember my old phone did this. Then now I can't get on my emails. My banking app says I need to update it, but it did actually, it blanks out saying continue to your accounts, but if you click it, it does still work. But yeah, it was like, it's a matter of time, so I tried to get an iPhone 16 Pro Max or whatever. I don't care about having a newest phone. I'd get another iPhone 7 if it worked. I just want, preferably, was a phone that's like another 7 to 10 years before I need to bother getting a new one. And then at some point when I was talking to my mum, she was just like, yeah, well, it's like a computer for you, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, and then that sort of planted the seed. And yeah, tried to get a phone. That some company took all my details and everything, applying for a phone, said it's accepted and all that, and then they didn't send me an email. I was a bit suspicious. Contacted them, they were like, oh, you haven't been accepted, we were just about to send you an email telling you. I was like, no, you just farmed the shit out of my details, that's why. Well, it was actually on my mum's details. So then I had to apply to get them to scrub the details off the, yeah, whatever details they farmed. And then yeah, I just sort of started thinking like, right, okay, because part of the reason of deciding, say, a PC over a PS5, because I'm, to be fair, pretty much a pure console gamer, and I kind of figured though, if and when my phone breaks again, I actually have another avenue to get, say, onto YouTube, because once my phone broke, it's like I'm locked out of everything. Like, I can't get on my emails, can't get on YouTube, my banking, eBay, blah blah blah. I've got two-factor authentication on, so even if I tried logging in somewhere else with YouTube, it'd basically want to send a message to my phone for me to agree to let it access YouTube. So yeah, I was just completely like, that was it. In an instant, as like I said, I didn't have a PC. I haven't had a laptop for a decade and a half, or however long it's been. I ain't got one anyway, so once my phone was gone, it's like I'm pretty screwed. I was pretty ill at the time, so for the first few weeks I was just sort of like ignoring it, assuming it wouldn't take weeks for the phone to turn back on.
Welcome. The good news is you're in charge now.
Yeah, I started building a PC, and in typical fashion, on May the 1st, by the time I'd like built the PC and everything, Apple released an update for my phone, only to 15.8.4 or something. But it stopped it crashing like a lunatic. So I actually have a chance of typing a message before it just crashes and deletes the message. Right, I didn't listen to a word she said. She attempted it. Right, I think we're going. Again, I should, in theory, like, within reason. Jesus Christ, will you piss off? I should be able to sort of, like, speed run it.
Check your map. If you can Find
to
it,
the second
bring
map,
it back to the garage
and then we'll bag
inside
ourselves a
the
loaf,
maintenance facility.
and then yeah, we'll see what happens from there. May well abandon all the missions. This feels quite nice to drive. So does the Land Rover, to be fair. Again, like, as far as the game goes, it's never gonna, for me, it's like I want SnowRunner 2 over any other game, but once you kind of accept that it's not SnowRunner 2, in its own right, this game, you know, if for example they released SnowRunner 2 and this game, so this game wasn't kind of getting the flack of, oh, but it's not SnowRunner 2, then yeah, it's, in its own right, I actually, so far, I mean, like, quite fun. And again, the drive in the vehicles feel more weighty and so on. Whereas, yeah, in SnowRunner, I think, like, the weight is almost part of the difficulty, where some vehicles are purposely, like, not only light, but top-heavy, so they tip over ridiculously easily. This feels, I would say, in that sense, more realistic. And as I say, once I actually get up to speed going down the road, it's, oh yeah, shit. Sorry, I might have gone the wrong way. I remember I tried to, like, that big wooden plank there, you can tip down, but I remember trying to attach a winch to it, and it wouldn't reach it from this side, but there is another way round to get onto that building to grab the generator. See, like, this area, for example, when you go onto the second map, it's the same map, but all this is, like, more flooded. I think that's quite a cool idea. Obviously, I'm sure some people make the argument, like, oh, it's lazy because they've just used the same map twice, but I actually think it's pretty cool the way it's, like, the equivalent of before and after a storm. As long as, yeah, if they don't take the piss and keep finding every excuse under the sun to reuse a map, but even like this, it's, strictly speaking, unrealistic. Like, this isn't going to happen in real life, but I don't really care as long as it's enjoyable. I suppose I may as well ram that one down, but you've got to go up. I'll knock this one down up here as well. Have a little eyeball of comments. So, dude, glad got things sorted out. I was the guy that explained Windows audio source stuff to you. Yeah, cheers, man. I haven't investigated it yet, but only because in the end, like, by chance, it, I eventually got, yeah, by unplugging my PS4 controller and then restarting DaVinci and all that, it finally accepts the microphone after telling it 4 different ways. But yeah, as I was saying, Joe, I even have audio of whilst I was trying to, like, whilst DaVinci was not picking up my microphone after telling it repeatedly, NVIDIA Capture has captured the audio of me essentially moaning out loud as to why DaVinci isn't capturing it. So yeah, NVIDIA Capture picks it up absolutely no problem, even just running in the background. OBS now is picking it up just fine. DaVinci is just, yeah, stupidly overcomplicated. DaVinci Resolve is a good example of how the government works. Basically, they made DaVinci 1 and it was good. And then the people programming it went, oh shit, well if we've finished it, the boss won't need us anymore and he'll fire us. So then they were like, should we just add 50 million stupid menus and look busy for the next 2 decades? And yeah, slowly ruin what was good with plenty of faff. Oh yeah, shit, I was supposed to get a bloody generator. It'll help if I track the message. Mission even? I was going to say message and mission. Build a route, no. Generator. Oh yeah, I already know where it is, but where's that button? Object scanner, will it reach from here? You can see it in the background over there, it's a yellow thing. And yeah, there's a few. Someone did raise a good point, I think, with this. You've got to drag this generator with the truck. Well, that's what I did. But as someone said, which is true, there's a big fat crane there. It's a bit of an odd choice to get us to drag it with a winch when they could have, for example, especially that they literally got them in the game anyway. Like, they could have made us operate that crane. there is a way, but I didn't find one, and I assume that guy sounds like he didn't either. Winch. Yeah, it sort of gets stuck on these little... yeah, like notches in the ground. Yeah, I do get what he was saying, like, it would make far more sense to say, or even just offload it off this building with the train. But whatever, driving up here and knocking down the ramps and again, as long as it's a bit of fun, I don't mind, but strictly speaking, I do agree with what he was saying. Comments, just scroll further down. Wasn't moving. Doesn't keep... right, triangle. Yeah, another point someone said that is true. Like, they've wasted, in my case, a circle, X, square, and triangle. There's a handbrake, I suppose, and low, but the square and triangle, it's like you've wasted, they call them face buttons, on stuff that you activate once and barely touch again, but then stuff like the winch, you've got to access, like, a different menu, which I do agree as well, that does seem like a poor choice, because it'd make far more sense to get rid of, like, diff locks into a menu and just have, say, triangle be... yeah, like to disconnect the winch or whatever. Right, so this is how you plot the routes. Again, this is more like almost traditionally how you draw routes in SnowRunner. The sort of speed and resistance of like when you move in this stick around, it's actually quite well set though. You feel like you can get pretty precise. It's not one of them where it's like the sensitivity is so high that you kind of keep wiggling it past the road and trying to get back and all that. It's, it is that's fleshed out quite nicely. Done, I think. Oh, is it gonna delete point? It's got to be the middle. That's what she said. Right, that's that one in the bag. And what we got? Vehicles. Right, we've already got that. Objectives. Deliver crane parts. So at the minute, is it just delivering crane parts? I've got the generator. We'll see. It might have to deliver the crane parts for it and unlock something else. Yeah, this bit here gets a bit iffy. Later on, you've got to draw like some AI vehicles cutting through here. But I do... The AI vehicles get stuck quite easily. And some people are getting annoyed about that, and I get it, but then the good thing is, like, say if the mission will give you, say, up to $2,000 worth of payouts and you get $200 per vehicle, once the first 10 are got that, it's more like set, so it's about 5 vehicles. You don't have to let them carry on. And then I guess, in theory, part of the, like, Roadcraft, the point is that, yeah, they're going to get stuck and then you've got to go and build a road. Although I will say on this first map, you don't have that choice yet, so that didn't really help when they kept all getting stuck in that area. Let's have a look on the map, what's going on. The line's going green, it's a good start. Didn't even really try and speedrun it before, so infrastructure, which is that is on the way. Objectives is, I'll click it, but yeah, that's what I'm tracking. And vehicles. I remember there was a warehouse at some point, but anyway, that's nearly done once that one gets there. Traffic jam. Going for the overtake, I respect it. Objectives, slabs.
You wrapped up all the prep work nicely. I knew I could rely on you, which is especially great since I had nobody else to rely on. You're the only contractor in the sector. The fate of everything rests upon you.
What I found,
besides, the only
going
thing left
through
to do
here,
is to build the flood wall before the storm hits.
cutting it over like
First, you'll need to
as
scoop
tight
up
as
some
you can
concrete
there.
slabs. There should be plenty around your
You
base.
might be able to move that in the
Naturally, you'll
future.
want to
I
use
just
the
kind of
crane
made
to
them
move
go up on the bank.
Then you need to drop them off in the loading area. Easy as pie, right? That could go for
Which,
some
yeah,
fun.
the AI vehicles,
Anywho,
they get
the
stuck
generator's
really
in working
easily.
order, so now you just need to make sure it's
But I
delivered.
actually think, in
Shouldn't be too
fairness,
hard.
they follow
Just
these
plot a
lines
course from
pretty
the
well.
workshop to the phosphate plant.
Well, I thought they'd just be all over the place and it'll be a vague kind of trying to wing it, but they actually seem to listen to it fairly well. Am I even going? I was just thinking then, like, I'm just drawing lines. I don't even know if I'm drawing them to the right place. We are. Why is it moaning? Oh shit. Oh, it's to there. So I was going the wrong way. See, like, this road along here, though, once on, say, the second map, there's, like, loads of trees have fallen down on this road, and, say, that patch that's not too bad at the minute, it's probably, like, just about missing. So it sort of makes the same map, but I suppose, in theory, sort of spikes the difficulty a bit. It's definitely, well, so far, it's not as hard as SnowRunner, but in fairness, like, if you imagine, go back to Black River, it wasn't that difficult. Now we've all played like the Amur region or whatever it is, and Aegis installation and all that. Oh yeah, I have to go and knock that fence down. I remember that. There's a little ramp, by the way, where you can jump in the water. Right, dispatch them. And yeah, if they're going to get stuck anywhere, it's going to be along there. Let's swap to this thing so we can go and open that gate. Yeah, for me though, especially when they unlocked the, when I got the loaf yesterday, that improved things. Your volume is really low. Sorry, I've just moved the microphone a bit nearer again. I'll see if turning it up a bit. Well, this microphone, it's really clear for, well, like it's a headset microphone, but yeah, you have to have it about like an inch away from my mouth, and at that point, like you can hear me breathing and everything, which I'd rather it didn't. But I've got a pretty bad chest at the minute, so it might hear me. I apologise if you do. Let's get this in marching mode so it gets off its arse a bit. I think this was the gate. Out to find out. Does this have winches? No, it does not. Seems like your route has failed. I'll go and check in a sec. It's kind of handy that it holds that bucket up, but move it down at the minute. Right, what I'll do. Get this thing out of the way. I'll just leave it here for now because I might end up just recovering it to the garage. Where did they fail? Really? It was there. Let's try and move it over a little bit. Oh, he's sat there. Oh, normally they disappear. I've never seen one just kind of restart from where... Yeah, it's looking alright though. Well, now he's hit a fucking tree. Oh, he pushed it over there. Good for him. Give that man a raise. Right, that's that one done. Objectives. Concrete slabs. Create a route. I've done that. Do I have, yeah, so it should still be on legacy mode. Odd one to activate, additional blah blah blah. Vehicle failed the route. Take it back, don't give that man a raise. Oh, what they managed to get stuck on. I don't know what that other wiggly line means either. I drew it like the same way the first time I did it, and on my other playthrough, and it never had a problem. Not there, anyway. A bit better. And yeah, like I say, you can do it all kind of neatly and properly, but when you're in a rush, a bit of speed running, it never hurt. Well, I guess I'll come back later when I can hear you. Is it still quiet? I've turned the mic up about 4 times. Get any closer, I'll be eating the microphone. What's that for? Oh yeah, one over there. I have to exit crane mode now. I think I do. Yeah, they're definitely, whoever designed the controls, the problem is they're trying to not be SnowRunner, and I don't know, like, they just need to accept that SnowRunner works, we all know how to operate SnowRunner, and make them effectively the same controls. Like, yeah, I can't reverse now unless I exit that, which is a bit stupid. So I have to enter crane mode again. Yeah, at some point I sort of need like a day where I don't make a video so I can just mess around on the game and test all the settings and everything, where I'm not kind of trying to get footage and get everything done in time to edit it and all that. But yeah, the control scheme is definitely a bit wonky. Dominic Vega, glad to see you back streaming. I appreciate it, man. Going to turn phone off and then telly on, turn it back on, see what happens. Rebel still the same. If you route out the gate closest to the start point, they won't get stuck. I'll have to have a look at it. When they next moan, I'll investigate. Right, stuff stored in there. The concrete mission is kind of painful. Oh, wonder if they have the blade high just to try tip you over. I've seen front loaders and backhoes driving the road, at least here in Canada they don't drive. Yeah, true. Although I have seen, like, so there's a lot of tractors around where I live that pick bales up that have got, like, the forks on the front. They often drive with them raised in the air, because I think, in theory, people are like, if you're going to have a car crash, you don't really want to hit the thing that's got, like, 4 feet, well, probably more, probably like 6 foot metal spikes on it. But yeah, overall, I think it is probably a little bit excessive. What am I doing now? Oh yeah, exit. Alright, they're still saying they're all good. So you've got, let's go on that one. Remaining reward, 900, and I get 300 per truck. So once 3 more trucks arrive. Oh yeah, you want about that place? Yeah, that does look, not bad actually. Yeah, cheers for letting us know. I probably ignored it because there's like quite a lot of water there, but it's looking pretty good. I did this with a bulldozer. Oklahoma Hellcat. Hello, Mr. Wolf. How's it going, dude? Right, what else? Objectives. Oh yeah, transfer. Seems a bit faffy. I've got a side mission.
Looks like you'll need to do some hauling. take the cargo truck and load it up with the concrete slabs and steel beams. Then, deliver it to the phosphate plant. And if you're in the mood for extra supplies, you could plot a route between the warehouse and the forward base. It's not essential, but it'll make things easier for you in the long run.
Location, right. Where's me? This beast. Minimum. Nuclear powered also. And then yeah, I've got to go and load that mule truck or whatever, 3 concrete slabs and 2 metal beams, and then I believe I'll do the crane mission to like line the dock or whatever, and then that should be this map pretty much in the bag, I think. I mean, even this, I think strictly speaking you probably could carry on, and I don't technically need to go down here and connect that route, but I remember it sort of says like you may get extra supplies and all that for doing the side missions, so in the scheme of things I may as well get them done. What's it saying there? Dropped frames. Not really sure what that means. Yeah, there's the bridge, but it's like a drawbridge thing, and it's not down yet. Yeah, this vehicle does feel quite nice to drive. Even though, like, the steering, I think, like, it seems to centre there, but I think if I stop and turn, handbrake on. Yeah, whereas in SnowRunner they added the option where, like, it'll auto centre. But I also think because these vehicles feel more weighty, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's because I've not played, obviously, SnowRunner particularly for quite a while, but I've not really found it an issue. I remember when they added it on SnowRunner and I changed the steering, I crashed that many times, someone even unsubscribed. I hit that many trees where it was like suddenly a lot more snappy with the steering. Right, so there's a warehouse unlocked. Connect the warehouse. Do that route, start plotting. Definitely getting through this one a lot quicker than the first attempt. I think it was this way. Where am I even going? Up there. Oh yeah, I've never seen it happen, but obviously you're running these lines kind of parallel to each other. I wonder what they do if 2 vehicles happen to kind of meet at the same time. That's why I ended up drawing the line like slightly to the left, but it did make me wonder the last time I did it, but obviously to kind of force it to happen, I don't know how I'd be able to get them to definitely set off at the right time where they're going to meet, so I didn't bother trying to test it too much. So that one in the bag. Where's my other objective? Yeah, main. Track. Oh yeah, we'll try as well. When I drove the supplies down to here, someone said it wouldn't let me unload them because they said because I wasn't strapped, but I assume they mean unstrapped, like where it obviously straps the cargo in place. As well. Oh, I've already got 6 beams. Right. Into this. Yeah, that's why, I don't know, I assume SnowRunner is L1 to lift it and R1 or something, because I keep wanting to press L1 and that lowers it, which is not useful when it's already folded away. There we go. Yeah, cargo rotation. I wonder how many hours I spent on SnowRunner slowly rotating cargo. If you actually added it up, it'd probably be like a pretty obscene amount of time. Right, I could get some out of storage, but try and reach them, yeah, sod it. These will poach some of the wildlife. Infrastructure route completed, so I'm not sure which one, because I kind of got all three of them going at the same time, but one of them made it. Let me get one more from here. Can. It looks like I've got to limit chats. By the time I get to keyboard, you're way ahead. Behind is my stream. Not that. Stream appears to only be like 5 seconds behind. I suppose what I'm actually doing, like from looking on my phone. I've just dropped that now, and on the stream on my phone it's probably a bit more, but only probably 10 seconds. Right, and then we have to exit. Resource storage. 2 beams. 2 beams or not 2 beams. Yeah, apart from the actual crane controls themselves though, this aspect of it, I mean, I've managed to get them in there reasonably quick. It's not been like horrific. And I'd say, not saying this is better as such or whatever than the SnowRunner, but it's strictly speaking more realistic. Whereas obviously SnowRunner isn't, strictly speaking, loading the cargo and all that isn't really the point of the game for the most part. It's just an excuse to drive from A to B. This one seems to have tried to make it like a little bit more realistic. Connect the warehouse. Oh, cool. Anything I'm bringing up? Oh, it is now at last. Strap it down. Fucking handbrake. Good. One's working. Right, I can't. It'd be handy if I could make the chat window a little bit bigger. Take one sec. Try it out. Okay, I'm gonna have to Alt-Tab. Let's give that a go. Stop and blow the horn at each other forever, then fail. Is that what they do if they sort of collide? To be fair, I suppose I wouldn't expect too much from them. That does sound about right. They have legacy set in for the same as SnowRunner. Is that with a crane? I had that on, but what it was doing, I may, like, if I slow my row a little bit and actually look, but it was appearing like to make me enter the crane menu, and then I had to exit it to move the vehicle. But once I was in the crane menu, it was actually, yeah, it feels basically like SnowRunner. Again, unless it's just me, I feel like L1 and R1 should be switched around, but other than that, it basically, yeah, feels very familiar, versus, like, again, whatever weird control scheme they came up with. Oh, I didn't even get time, it just accepts it. I think that's the bit the guy was talking about. Like, when I originally did it, I just took 3 slabs there, and it wouldn't let me unload them, and then I ended up going back to get the beams. Maybe he was referring to that.
Actually, you need that more than I do. I'm safe back at HQ, but the folks in that town aren't. So, good luck.
Right, I can't remember. Maybe this is all changed with legacy mode as well. Feels alright so far. Which again, I mean, it depends what missions they give you overall with this. But I'd still think it's pretty cool. There's plenty of games in the past where you might end up driving up to something like this and you think, oh, I wish it'd give us a go at that. Or yeah, I don't know, back in the day on like Medal of Honor and that, you might have a scene where there's a tank and you wish you could have a go in it, but it just never does. At least this is the sort of thing where it's actually letting you drive a big fat massive crane. Yeah, it must have done legacy mode for this as well, because it sort of just feels more natural. Which I assume is Snowrunner is the one I'm used to. How do I rotate like that? D-pad to rotate. We're getting there. Again, yeah, like when that bloody DaVinci Resolve, like everything else, building the PC and all sorts was. They did plenty of research and that, but yeah, it went pretty smoothly. DaVinci is just a pain in the ass. And then yeah, so when I uploaded that kind of SnowRunner test video, it uploaded it without audio. And then I put a message saying I'll fix it later. It'd been, to be precise, 16 hours and 45 minutes I'd been sat at this computer trying to figure out DaVinci and get that video done. My ass was about to start a revolution if I was going to sit on this chair any longer. My head was pounding. I was like, yeah, I need to go to bed. Just in case anyone was thinking like, oh, why doesn't he just fix the audio first? And what it roughly is in the end, even though DaVinci, I told it like all timeline tracks, blah blah blah, like it makes it stupidly complicated. In the end, the correct setting is called bus 1. Like, why on earth would you call it bus 1? But the setting called all timeline tracks does not add all timeline tracks. Yeah, whoever made DaVinci Resolve is, in my opinion, for legal reasons, I think is probably smoking crack or something. Or like I said, is used to being in the public sector. Mr. Lone Wolf, let's do a co-op stream. I wouldn't even know how or anything at the minute. I've got to be honest, I won't be getting to that for a, if at all, for a good while. Oh wait, never say never. But yeah, I don't even think I got round to that in the end on a sniper. Missy says she'll put PS5 on the list when we can get it. Yeah, I'd say like I've not got a PS5. Obviously, that was part of the. I suppose my choice was like a PC, a phone, or a PS5, and I went for the PC option just because then if my phone does die, it helps. And in the scheme of things, there's games I've always wanted to play on the PC. Like I said years ago when I played Mudrunner, it was SD11, whose videos I watched, and because I didn't have a PC, I couldn't get all the mods, so I had to live the dream by watching SD11's videos, because I couldn't actually get the thing that he could. And yeah, there's loads of stuff, like Age of Empires, could now get that game, which I used to have when I was a kid. I'll have to ask my mum, I don't know why, I had Age of Empires when I was about 6 years old, and we had a PC, but I don't know where the hell we got it from, or even where it went or anything. I played Age of Empires and Worms on it, and then yeah, I don't know. We never had a PC or anything growing up, except for that random like 6 months to a year window of time. And now I think about it, I don't have the slightest clue how and where we got it. I'm assuming probably my real dad, because he's the only one that was really into computers. Everyone else I know, my entire family member, no one has a clue what they're doing with them. We get in there. To be honest, I got fairly smooth at the controls of this the other day, but now I've switched it. Even though this does feel more natural, I already got slightly used to the way the old controls work, so it's just giving me a minute to wrap my head around it. Good old floodgates. Looks like 2 inches taller. It's true. Than the dock to begin with, will make all the difference. I must admit, it's a little bit pointless. How much higher does the water get though? Because I believe it is slightly higher on the second map, but we might be able to check because we should be on there soon. I suppose that dock over there is a little bit higher, but yeah, this one is on the low end. Oh, I'll move the mic. Yeah, I'm now practically eating the mic. Let's see if that helps. Or better yet, I'm not even touching it. It seems to slowly be moving away. Right. I'm turning the volume to flat out. If it isn't loud after that, I have no idea. Like, it's practically touching my lips, and it's turned up to max on everything. For some reason, I remember it on the PS4, like the volume that I'd record videos with was one thing, and then for some reason when I did a live stream on that as well, it used to be a lot quieter, and I don't really know why. How much did the PC cost you? Well, originally the plan was 600 to 800 quid, but 600 was going to be the computer, and because I didn't have like a desk, chair, keyboard, mouse or monitor, I was kind of counting that as 200 quid for them. In the end, it was basically 1500 for the computer, and then about 300 for like the mouse, keyboard, monitor, desk and chair. The biggest thing really was the GPUs. When I first started looking, I was thinking, why is everyone so mad about GPUs? Like, what a noob. Yeah. Thinking like, oh, I can go on Amazon or whatever and buy one. I don't see what the problem is. I now get what the problem is. Trying to buy one is a pain in the ass. One that, like, when I first looked at them, I looked at a 4060 and it was 250 quid. About 2 days later, it was 280 quid. 2 days after that, it was 300 quid. 2 days after that, there was none for sale at 300 quid, and now the 3060 was being listed at 250. Yeah, they go up, down, all over the place. I was trying to find a 40 series GPU, and they stopped making them back in like November because they were saying they needed to make the 50 series. I think that was like a semi kind of marketing plan to make the supply pretty low. I might as well return to the hub, I suppose. Oh shit, and then I hit fucking circle and continue playing. Yeah, in the end I ended up getting a 5070 Ti that was 800 quid, or in fact actually it was 780. Which strictly speaking, given the prices in the UK, normally, say like, if something was $100 in America, it's about 70 to 80 quid here, but for whatever reason with computer parts, they just generally seem to be cheaper in America, so roughly speaking it was more like, if something's $100 in America, it's 100 quid over here, even though like the exchange rate, I'd get $130 or whatever. And yeah, all the lower end GPUs, I think just, they were getting sold out so quickly, like I'd find one, go and do a bit of research on YouTube about it, and when I come back they're all sold out and all sorts. Yeah, it was a gigantic pain in the ass. And then Amazon seriously screwed me over. Like, so I bought everything except the GPU, but I wanted to buy the GPU, say, within the 30-day window, because then I can test everything, and if something's not working, I can send it back. Amazon said, yeah, it was like it was the Monday before Good Friday and Easter weekend. Said we can deliver it Wednesday. Because you're a Prime member, we can deliver it Wednesday. So I ordered it for 800 quid. They took the money, and then on Tuesday it said delivering Tuesday. And I naively thought, oh, they're being optimistic. Again, I wish you'd shut the fuck up. They're being optimistic that they're going to deliver it Tuesday. Waited till Wednesday, it didn't come. Contacted them, they're like, yeah, it's getting delivered Tuesday. The woman as well on the phone was a right rude bitch. It's Tuesday, and it's like, well, that ain't fucking good enough. I ordered it for yesterday now, and you said because I'm a Prime member I'll get it Wednesday, and then yeah, they just changed it to like 6 days later. And then said like you can cancel it or wait until Tuesday. So I was saying, well, if I cancel it, you're gonna have my money for like 5 days or whatever. And then she said, we've got an authorization code you can give your bank. I was gonna see if you can just turn her off, but I don't think you can since someone's already. Let's get rid of that. What would it be? Audio, maybe? Radio message? I don't know, voice. I doubt that's her, but. See, voice chat volume, that's all up. I don't think it is, but I'll turn that down. Other than that, I don't know how to get rid of her at the minute. Yeah, they set an authorization code to give my bank so I can get the money back the same day. So I was like, fair enough, then I'll cancel the GPU, I'll get my money back. This was on the Thursday before Good Friday and all that. Contacted my bank, they were fucking me around for about 3 hours talking to some stupid robot. A stupid robot that replies every half an hour, even though it's like so you're stuck on like a chat window, waiting literally half an hour for a robot to post some stupid reply that doesn't even address the comment you made, or I made. And yeah, I kept telling it to pass me to a human and all sorts, and they wouldn't, and in the end I was like, right, I got a problem, I'm getting 800 quid stolen out of my bank, and I'm blaming you if you don't get a fucking human now. And about 20 seconds later there was a human there. So you just gotta threaten them with liability of missing money, and they soon changed their tune and got on it. But yeah, they were like, oh, we can't accept the authorization code and blah 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 because of banking regulations. Probably just talking out their ass. So then yeah, thanks to Amazon royally fucking me over, I've now cancelled the order that was going to be on Tuesday, and now I was stuck with my bank holding 800 quid that I won't get back for 5 to 7 business days. But there's also Bank Holiday Friday and Bank Holiday Monday coming up, and yeah, it was a bit of a thing. I was not impressed. In the end, I was arguing with Lloyd's for about 3 hours. I wasted that guy's time, and I told him as well. He was like, first, when I complained to Lloyd's because their fucking robot was being a twat, they tried bribing me. They said, we'll give you 15 quid in your bank if you let us close the complaint now. I was like, made me think, because I was like, geez, quite nearly had to resort to prostitution or eating bread and water for the next 6 months to pay for the GPU, let alone the whole PC. But yeah, I was like, no, not being bribed in this case, not being bought off. And yeah, and then I just kept wasting his time. He was like, what do you want us to do about it? I was like, how about next time I go overdrawn, you don't charge me, you can wait 5 to 7 fucking business days like you're making me do. And he's like, no, sorry, we can't do that. And then yeah, at that point I even said to him, I was like, I'm just going to waste your time because you just wasted 3 hours of my fucking time. So he's like, yeah, how can we fix it? And I was like, just all sorts. Why don't you send me a birthday card when it's my birthday? Sorry sir, we can't do that. Why don't you go to Disneyland with me? No, we can't do that. And yeah, just at that point, which Lloyd, they needed it, but in their defence, it wasn't actually them that messed it up, it was Amazon. Are we gonna get out of here? Bit of low range. Yeah, so I ended up getting off PC part picker. Oh no, sorry, not that. That was handy though to figure out. Any winch points? Yeah. Sorry, Overclockers UK, which I nearly got it off them anyway, and I went with Amazon because I bought everything else off Amazon. So I thought, oh, I'll give them my business. Yeah, they royally pissed me off by messing that up. Because the main thing that was annoying me is, like, now I'm out of my 30-day window with all the other stuff I've bought, so if there's anything wrong, now they're going to start going, well, you're outside your 30-day window. I did ring Amazon back, but the guy who I was talking to, he was sound, like, he was a nice dude, so I was like, I'm not going to bite his head off. Lloyds, they were a twat, and the guy I was talking to was a bit of a twat, that's why I was wasting his time. But yeah, the guy on Amazon was actually pretty chill, so I couldn't really, it's like, ran out of steam now, I don't really feel like complaining and biting that guy's head off. I'd say it'd help if I'm looking where I'm going. Can you still fire a winch out? You can. But yeah, we got there in the end. Part of the reason I ended up going for a 5070 Ti, like, for one, if I was just buying a PC and playing games for me, I would have got like a 4060 or whatever. But because of doing like content creation, basically editing and live streaming all that, like I didn't want to kind of get something that's going to struggle on bits and bobs, and then it's like, oh, I'm just going to have to either put up with it or scrap the whole idea and then buy something that's more expensive anyway. And the other reason was, yeah, the prices of like the 4060 just kept going up and that so high that, say if it was 250 quid and then they were getting more like 350 quid, and it's like, that's a pretty big markup. Whereas sort of the higher you went up the GPU ladder, the less of a markup percentage wise that it was. Oh, I've still got a bit to go. Yeah, and then I kept trying to get, as either like a 4070 was like, that's the group I was looking at, 4070, 4070 Super, 4070 Ti, or 4070 Ti Super. I wanted the Ti Super only because of 16 gigs of VRAM, and people were saying like 8's not enough, and 12 would be enough, but, you know, future-proof, and everyone's saying all that. I preferably wanted 16 gig, but couldn't find a 4070 Ti Super that was less than like 900, and I didn't want to spend that much. And literally at the last minute, really, when I was finally like, right, I'm going to have to buy something, went on Amazon, and it said, it recommended a 5070 for 560 quid, and I was like, oh, well, that's actually pretty handy, because at the minute, like, the 4070s are about 650 or something. Went and did my research on YouTube just to see what the stats are saying, like if it's where it sits among all the other ones. Came back to Amazon, that had sold out and gone, that was back to like 800 quid. But then it said we have a 5070 Ti for 800, and again, I didn't want to spend that, but the whole fiasco of trying to find a GPU that's actually for sale at the price stated for more than 8 seconds it takes to click buy. And then yeah, did that research, came back, that had sold out, and then I sat and watched Amazon like a hawk. One GPU got listed on that Monday morning before the Good Friday at 800. I bought it. I've got a feeling what Amazon did was list one for sale at that price. Me and at least one other person bought it, and then yeah, basically fuck me, other person gets it, and they just changed the delivery date by 6 days, which I wasn't too impressed. Well, I was more annoyed again that they lied about the activation code and all that, and now I'm stuck waiting 5 to 7 business days for my money back. And then yeah, I didn't get my money back till like the following Wednesday. And then went to PC part pickers. The same GPU was actually 780. It was 800. I believe they knocked 20 quid off, because there was a version, a Zotac Gaming 5070 Ti, that was 725, but it was just permanently sold out. So I've got a feeling they dropped the price a little bit on the other ones just to sort of make up for the fact that the cheap one that everyone wants. Yeah, the whole GPU market is just insane. Other than like the prices go up and down like stocks and shares, and not even stable ones. Talking like penny stocks. And yeah, the other thing that I think doesn't help is, say if there was 1,000 5070 Ti's that came to the UK, you think, oh, there's 1,000 available, but then 10 different companies make 10 different versions of a 5070 Ti. So now you've basically got 100 different versions of a 5070 Ti, so there's actually only 10 available of each, not 1,000. That's something that, given the limited supply there seems to be of GPUs, that there seems to be more people buying them than they're cranking them out the factory. Yeah. It makes sense if each company didn't make like 10 different variations of the exact same card that's like 2% overclocked versus 3% overclocked and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, everything else was pretty normal. So I ended up getting, I suppose I'll list it, like, from the case I got, is a Corsair frame 4000D. Can't forget the D, that's what she said. Yeah, that ends up pretty good, because when you start looking, I was like, a couple of months ago, I didn't know the difference between a CPU and a RAM stick. Like, I just purposely avoided PCs with everything I have. And then you look and it's like, oh, I'll get a case, and then it says, oh, what do you want, an ATX, mini ITX and all that? It's like, well, I don't know. What decides that? What motherboard? You look at the motherboard, oh, do you want AM4, do you want AM5, do you want Intel, do you want an extended motherboard, an ITX? It's like, so then you look at the next thing, like CPUs, and then yeah, for some reason Ryzen 5, they've named them Ryzen 5 and Ryzen 7 and Ryzen 9, but the 5 has 6 cores, the 7 has 8 cores, and the 9 has 12 or 16 cores. So that didn't really, it would have helped if they named it like Ryzen 6 for 6 cores. And yeah, so you start doing laps of like trying to figure out what's what and where to start. The motherboard is like a, what was it, MSI B550 Max Tomahawk, what the hell was it, Wi-Fi, something like that. Yeah, B550 AM4, that's kind of mostly what I know. I figured out quite early on, I don't know why, it was just a gut feeling, I'm kind of glad I did, but I didn't want to go with Intel. And the weird thing is, the only reason I could really have that I didn't want to is I've always seen them on TV since I was a kid, and I don't know, I was just like, no, I'll check out AMD. And yeah, I was looking at like a Ryzen 5 5600 or whatever. Eventually, after watching some things saying you might want a better CPU if you're doing content creation and all that, and I figured out that Ryzen 7 means it's 8 cores, not 6. So then I looked at that, and then at the last minute, Amazon had a spring sale. I was originally going to get a Ryzen 7 5700X, but then they had the 5700X 3D on sale. So the CPU I got, yeah, it was the Ryzen 7 5700X 3D. What next? Got Thermalite, is it Peerless Assassin or something? Cooler, CPU cooler. RAM sticks, 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM. I think it was like 3200. There was 3600, but apparently the Ryzen CPUs seem to prefer 3200. And I just, like, yeah, I don't really know any better, so I was like, cool. SSD, I got 2 terabytes. In the end, I wanted the, there's like the Samsung Pro 990 or whatever that's got red writing. That's how well I know what I was after. In the end, that spring sale, I got a 2 terabyte one, Samsung, I think it's 990 Pro Evo, but I think it's written in blue, not red. And yeah, I was happy enough with that. I like Samsung, my TV's Samsung, and that's managed to last, I don't know, it's probably old enough to get served in a pub. What was next? PSU, power supply unit, I got Corsair 750, it was like RM or RX 750X. Apparently it's got Japanese capacitors, apparently everyone swears by them. And then yeah, the GPU was the 5070 Ti, and I think that's everything as far as that goes. Monitor is an AOC. Wonder if they're thrilled or not when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez became, as someone quite eloquently put it, the only waitress in America that brings nothing to the table. Where's my hook? I'm trying to lower it. Is it because I need to move that further over? Oh, there it is. What the hell was it doing up there? Yeah, it's 27-inch IPS, 180 hertz, I think it was. I was quite happy with that. I got it for about, well, not about, 135 quid. And I've looked since then, they're about 220, 230, so I think I did alright on that. The mouse, I don't know. I ended up getting, it's called like the G203 or something. It was only about 16 quid. Because I'm left-handed, and a lot of the mice are right-handed, and I wasn't sure if I wanted left or right. Obviously, yeah, I am left-handed, but being at school and everything, they never catered for left-handed people, so I always, like, I was used to using a mouse with my right hand. It's roughly ambidextrous, but there is buttons on the side for, like, your thumb, which if I used it with my left hand, yeah, I don't know, unless I use them with my pinky finger, that's not really gonna do. Keyboard is like a Logitech something, 11 quid. Yeah, I think that's about everything. Like I say, I ended up spending a lot more than I was planning on, because between like wanting to do content creation and all that, so yeah, I'd say I never do anything nice. Maxed out the bank account to splash out on some slightly better hardware. Which, touch wood, it's yeah, been going good. Like I say, building the computer went very well. Didn't have any issues. Turning it on, all sort, everything. The most technical thing I ever did at that point, I borrowed my mum's laptop and got Windows 10 on a USB stick. Sorry, it probably took quite a while faffing around with this mission. Is that done? Yeah, it all went well. Literally, DaVinci Resolve has been the only thing that's just been a complete overcomplicated twat for no apparent reason. I even downloaded another one called Filmora, which is an editing thing. Instantly, 8 seconds after downloading it, I picked up my microphone and was recording. But then it said it wanted me to sign up, which, strictly speaking, it actually isn't that bad. I think at that point I was just annoyed that it was... It's like, I don't like it. IQ tests do that on... Like, if you do an IQ test on the internet or whatever, you do it all and it'll say, yeah, completely free, blah, 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 blah. And then when you actually do it, it says, oh, sign up to get your results. And it's like, you bastard, you're just doing it to farm my details. And I think that Filmora is doing the same thing. Yeah, like I say, just DaVinci being a dick. But other than that, everything else has gone pretty nicely. I'm definitely, like, out my depth as far as it all goes. PlayStation is like going to McDonald's and ordering a burger. PC is like growing your own cow, killing it, turning it into a burger, buying all the different herbs and spices and baking the bread. And yeah, there's a lot more scope to be good. But when you don't know what you're doing and you don't know how to raise a cow and skin one and turn it into a burger, it's pretty complicated. But thankfully, I've now just about got DaVinci figured out. That's all I needed was basic. I just need to clip videos and add audio, and then add my audio to the YouTube video. So as complicated as that is, as long as I can just do that, that'll do for now. OBS, again, like everything else has been intuitive. Steam's worked fine, OBS has worked fine. Everything. Oh yeah, we plot on a route. Right, last time I went round here which in some ways is more fun because they eventually get stuck and you have to fix the roads. In fact, should we just send them that way? But yeah, they can go this way. Sod it. Oh no, do you know what? Because it'll just be quicker for them to actually complete this mission. Of course, we do need to unlock a goddamn horse at some point. Yeah, they're going to get stuck there. So I'm going to do it anyway, because then it'll say failed. I won't be able to fix that road by the time, but then I can just go back to it and click dispatch vehicles and it'll start again. I may as well get the route laid. Dispatch. Right. There's my dump truck. Sorry, I probably missed quite a few comments there while I was yapping about all that. Oh yeah, one thing, if anybody knows, I'd appreciate it. How do you minimise a game that's on like a complete full screen? Because I've tried looking it up, and there's ways to like, is it Alt and F4 or Control F4, whatever it was, it closes it. Where it originally came about, if you see like my first SnowRunner video, you can see like the window. The reason I did that is because when I turned SnowRunner on, it said about the mod menu, and then I had to enter my email and it sent me a verification code. But then I couldn't close the screen to look at my emails to put the code in. And then if I close the screen, even though if I'd be able to look at my emails and get the code, when I load SnowRunner back up, it'll say enter your email and we'll send you a code. And that's why I ended up setting it as like windowed or whatever, so I could actually click minimize to look at my emails and get all that sorted out. But then it was kind of similar today. There is settings in this game that was able, thankfully, to make it like smaller than full screen. But is there an easy way, like if you're on a complete like BeamNG or SnowRunner or whatever, and there's no X to close the game, there's no minimize option or whatever, is there a button you can press? That is what I need. Oh shit, if I just drove over the places I need to patch up. Too busy yapping. Not paying attention. Yeah, I've been paving everything and doing 2 wide lanes. Definitely got a lot of things to repair in the free time. Yeah, true. I think the double wide lanes are not a bad idea. Yeah, there's a truck in the background. He's already stuck. Just while I was doing it, it's one of them, like, some people probably watch and think, bloody hell, does he not take 5 minutes to look at what he's doing or whatever? It's like, especially as DaVinci fucked me over and I ended up wasting, like, when this game launched, instead of being able to play this game, I was still trying to figure out how to add audio to that SnowRunner video. Okay, can I drive? Or is it cock blocking my remote? Let's go to Vehicles tab. What's it moaning about now? Great, got it. You know what? Where are you, tutorial? Hide hints? Yeah, let's put that on. We'll do for now, that might help. Yeah, I was kind of chasing my tail. I wanted to get on this game, but I ended up having to figure all that out, and it's one of them really. Like I said, the first day I was here for basically 17 hours. The next day I was here for about 15 and a half hours. And obviously, as I figure it out more, I'll get a bit quicker at it, but yeah, I've been... Oh shit, I've got to get some sand first with help. Oh, that actually auto. Why did that just fully auto do it? God knows, right. It's going to make me reverse nearer to the supplies. See what I mean with the reverse? There's a lot of noise, not that fast, but the goddamn horse vehicle doesn't seem to complain. He doesn't make loads of noise when you reverse. When he actually reverses at a respectable speed. Yeah, so it's one of them really. I did see like SD11 and someone else had a video out on the first day saying like after 50 hours of playing SnowRunner, not SnowRunner, Roadcraft, I have no idea how they got 50 hours. Good for them, like, they may have been, like, Focus or whatever might have sent them the game. But yeah, so, in theory, it'd be nice if I had, like, a day or two before the game launches to figure everything out, but as it was, I was lagging behind a bit and needed to just, yeah. So I'm sort of end up rushing everything, half paying attention, trying to figure out. It's like now as well with a live stream. I'm trying to read comments and look at what OBS is doing and volumes and all sorts. That's what we want. Oh shit. Deploy is what we need. Oh, fucking handbrake. Good old floodgates. Oh yeah, I've already. Oh, so I'm actually. I think I'm probably quite far behind. What do you think of it so far? Volume fine. Move it a bit nearer again. Are you using Elgato capture card? No, I'm. On OBS is just working, but that's one of the things where it worked out like. I thought it was better to say spend 800 on the GPU instead of buying like a 4060. That then might struggle to do things like run a game and streaming at the same time and all that. And then yeah, I believe the solution to that, if you already had say a 4060, would be to get a Elgato capture card. It's funny actually, because when I turned 30 and I started doing YouTube, my mum and stepdad bought me a present for like my 30th, and they my mum got me an Elgato capture card, and I was like, I didn't even really know myself, but I was like, I don't think I need it. Like, I don't think I need it for the PlayStation. And then, so she sent that back, and they got me, what was it, Turtle Beach P800s or whatever they were, which at the time were really nice for Call of Duty, like playing Blackout and that. You could hear a mouse scratch its testicles from half a mile away. So yeah, in Blackout, no one was sneaking up on me. And it's still not a bad... It's a good headset, like the sound clarity and all that, but right now I'm using a Turtle Beach, I think they're called Recon 60p. You can get them on eBay now for about 12 quid. And it's the crispiest, cleanest sounding microphone I've ever used. Like, the P800s are shit. You sound like a robot or something. It's like... terrible by comparison. For whatever reason, this yeah, cheap Recon 60p. I believe the P just means the PlayStation. I think the equivalent for Xbox is 60X, I believe, and then they're just like, say, green coloured roughly, whereas my ones are like white and blue. Like, say, blue is like roughly for PlayStation. And yeah, so I've not actually bought a mic, I'm still using my headset. I may get a mic at some point. But then even like now doing live streaming, I suppose it's not the end of the world, but if I didn't have a headset on, I wouldn't be able to hear the game volume, and obviously if I had speakers playing the game volume, it'd feed back through the stream, so it's probably just going to have to accept. Wearing a headset, but again, this headset's pretty light. Again, that P800 one, as good as it is, like once you've worn it for a few hours, it starts to feel like it's squeezing your head. And then by now, they're Bluetooth and wireless, the P800 things, but they are like 6 years old now, but the battery only lasts like 10 minutes. And they charge with like the same lead that charges a PlayStation remote, but yeah, as near as makes no difference. The interesting thing, I think back then they were about 200-300 quid for the headset. I saw them on eBay a month or two ago. They're about, I think it was like 30 or 40 quid. I kept looking, thinking surely, like, but I don't know what today's Turtle Beach headphones are like and all that, but yeah, those ones from 6 odd years ago. I was pretty surprised it was like 40 quid or something for. It's a lot of headset. Which on this game, it probably doesn't make too much difference. Like I said, back when I was playing, oh shit, sand. Back when I was playing Call of Duty, like, hearing somebody rustling in a bush, trying to sneak up on you was pretty pretty important. Pretty important work, shooting people on Blackout. And the other nice thing was, like, just in the game in general, I use snipers on Call of Duty. And yeah, listening to the snipers go off in this headset is nice, and then you put them P800 things on, it was like, it sounded pretty amazing. Right, we're getting there. You're a goddamn professional, mister. I appreciate it. Right. Again, I know in theory I could double wide it. That's what she said. And all that, but since I've only got about 20% of my attention on the game and all that, will save everyone sitting here for an hour whilst I try and smooth out some sand. Pat, turn your volume up. Yeah, again, like, I've got it maxed out. I'm practically eating the microphone. I don't think I can get it any louder. I've been on a few minutes now, never had a problem hearing you. Okay, yeah, cheers. I must admit, there may be someone that's still struggling. It might be your end, not mine now. Loving this fame. Is it game? I think you meant right now. The sunken map is insane. Yeah, I really did like it, especially. Yeah, I just thought it was cool, like, and it wasn't cheaply done. You know, if they just add a little bush here and there and say, oh look, it's a map after a storm. It's like they seem to have gone pretty all out on. It's the aftermath where there is like massive fat trees everywhere and big holes in the road. Like, yeah, I did think it was pretty cool concept to see a map before and after, really. Can we ram that tree out of the way? Usually they fall after a few seconds. It's not looking good though. Thought this thing would have the muscle to push it over. You know what that means? We need to find a goddamn horse. Right. Might be able to start these again now. Yeah, I was going to say that's where they got stuck. Objective, no. Infrastructure. Dispatch. Oh, he's sat there. It doesn't do that on my first playthrough. Wonder if they've updated it or something. Yeah, they're 1,000,000%. Like, I've got it on. I've got footage of them. They start again from like the beginning. That's, strictly speaking, makes more sense. So maybe they have updated it because. Yeah, I suppose they would wait there until the road's cleared. Doesn't automatically mean they'd have to restart again, so that's not a bad thing, actually. Oh yeah, GPU is the part. Yeah, it does seem to be. I kind of figured out fairly early on that was going to be the main expense, which, yeah, originally I was thinking, like, I got a rough guide of what I wanted to spend was ended up being, well, say 600 is what I wanted to spend on the PC. But then I kind of bumped it up to, okay, 800 to $1,000. But including desk and all the rest of it. But yeah, just between better deals on certain things and whatnot, and making sure it just works, because the worst thing for me would be, yeah, to set it all up and then it doesn't quite do what I want it to do anyway. And at that point, I'm going to have to buy the more expensive option. But now I've got it, this GPU better see me well into my late 40s or I won't be impressed. I don't like buying things again once I've got them, hence why I'm still living on the edge with an iPhone 7. And yeah, my TV is... I went on Samsung the other month. I don't know why, I think because I was looking at computer parts and all that. It had a list of, like, you can check how old your TV is, look at these, like, the codes, and it told you what year they came out. They didn't even go back to my TV. The earliest ones I had was 2010. And yeah, I probably bought my TV then in around 2008, but even then it might have been like a 4-year-old. It was brand new, but it might have been one made like 4 years prior that was on kind of a clearance sale. To be fair though, it's a 42-inch plasma. Yeah, it's got to be like getting on 18 years old, and people back then were like, oh no, don't get plasma. The gas will fade after a few years. And touch wood, it's... Actually, because I was watching... See, trying to build a PC, eBay stopped working on my phone. Obviously, my phone kept crashing like a maniac. I was able to log on to eBay through Safari, but then if I literally clicked off Safari to look on YouTube, like, what was the name? Oh, 5070 Ti. Go back to eBay, and it'd make me log back in and everything again, which was a pain in the ass. I can't remember where I was going with that, but yeah, generally speaking, it was a bit of a pain in the ass. I was watching videos on my TV, but then if I needed to see the comments, I'd load them up on my phone and then pause the video so my phone doesn't go flat, so I could read the comments of what people were saying. It was a bit of a palaver to get it all done. Right, objectives. Oh yes, set up on the other side of the river, which means we're about to get a horse. Is that... Oh yeah, the Tager's there. Alright, well, sod it, we'll just take this thing. Oh yeah, now it's all done though. It's one, like, the ways I could have made it easier in theory. I could have bought a pre-built PC, but the reasons I didn't was, one, in theory, you're basically paying for someone else to build you a PC. And I will say, in fairness, if you actually look at the bits, it's not insane. But what I didn't like is, say they'll list a pre-built that's got like a 5070 Ti in then, but the motherboard is like a no-name motherboard, and everything that they don't have to list that doesn't pop out and make someone go, oh, I want that one, they kind of cheaped out on it. Whereas I was able to at least get like literally everything I wanted. And I don't know anything about PCs, but it sort of forced me... What is that one? Yeah, it sort of forced me to have to like learn what the hell's going on. Where does it want to go? Oh, over there. And there's no point in doing that at the minute, because I'm going to have to direct them this way. There's big fat holes here and all sorts. That'll take a bit of repairing. There's no point. Let's just go and get a goddamn professional. Right, so I'm going to need a crane. Deploy that beast. One thing I'd sort of like on this game, someone said there's no night time, which they would like. I understand that. Personally, at the minute, it's only because I make videos. It's... If you do a video at night, it doesn't necessarily, like, you know, you're watching a dark video, so I kind of like sunshine. I personally would like the ability to change the time of day, so you can just keep making it. I will say in their defence, like, it rains at times, and the rain does look pretty good and all the rest of it, so I don't hate it. It's just a bit of a quirk, because making videos, it helps to just have a nice bright video as your starting point. And yeah, that was another thing, by the way, with the washed out videos. I can promise you it wasn't me. Like, I imported the first videos into DaVinci and it just kept washing them out. And then for no apparent reason, the day I was going to try and figure out, like, right, how to colour adjust and all that, I imported the videos and they're the same colour as how I filmed them. I didn't touch anything. I imported them the same way, recorded them the same way, everything. So God knows how it managed to fix itself, but thankfully it did. Is it because I'm not tracking this, perhaps? Yes. Maybe? Reach location. Yeah, but I've got to build a bridge. Aha. Get in there. Time is it, out of curiosity? Oh, only 4. I've only been on that hour and a half. Oh shit, yeah, I nearly did it last time. I keep hitting R1, I think, for handbrake. Right. Train controls. Yeah, that's why, like, with pre-built thing I was saying, like, you sort of get charged for someone else to build it and all that, and yeah, it forced me to actually know what the difference is between a CPU and a RAM stick and all that. Oh yeah, it was doing this last time. It doesn't really retract. Was it doing it there? It wasn't letting me retract something the other day until I lifted it high enough. And it sort of wasn't taking the slack out of the ropes. But again, I don't mind as well, on top of that, is like a few hiccups when the game first releases. As long as it's nothing too major, I can live with that. As long as, like, if it's things that aren't working well. Plus, I will say, in Focus's defence, because I get pretty hostile towards giant gaming companies anyway, out of principle, especially dealing like Call of Duty, not Amazon, bloody Activision and all that, and EA. Focus, I don't seem to be that, like, ruthless and everything. I mean, I said it in the past with SnowRunner, where, for one, say, strictly speaking, like how Call of Duty do, every year they release a new game, SnowRunner could have just tried releasing SnowRunner 2, SnowRunner 3, SnowRunner 4, instead of DLC, and sort of force us to where we have to buy a completely new game. The DLC they added wasn't, like, broken mode, so it wasn't, again, like Call of Duty, they'll give you the entire game that you pay for the bloody special edition and all this shit, and 3 weeks later they'll release a gun for 20 quid that's blatantly better than every other gun in the game, and now you're 80 quid in, and unless you spend another 20 quid, everyone's going to kick your ass. It's funny as well, I do now realise how certain people were kicking my ass on PC when I was back on the PlayStation. Other than, like, frame rate and frame lag and all this, on my monitor or whatever I've got now, I can press a button and it brings up bloody crosshairs on the screen. So if I was on Call of Duty sniping, I've already got, like, a clear crosshair on the screen instead of, like, the vague things it gives you on Call of Duty for some guns. Yeah, there seems to be... I've seen as well, there's an MSI, I believe, have released a monitor that... Again, I've never used cheats or anything on Call of Duty. It's not my thing. It won't feel like an accomplishment or anything to me. I'll have no interest in playing if I'm just cheating and that's how I'm beating everybody. So they've got anti-cheat software, but there's MSI have made a monitor that's got, like, the software built into the monitor that will highlight people on the screen and all that. And apparently the anti-cheat won't detect it because it's, like, it's directly done by the monitor, not like some associated software or whatever. So yeah, there seems to be loads of sneaky ways to get a bit of an unfair advantage on everyone. See, the reverse, this is why I cut it out of the video I made the other day. Yeah, it's a good game, addicting. Yeah, I think, like, the more I play it, the more I like it. And yeah, that's what, again, like, there's games I've played before that you pay 60 quid for and you complete it in 10 hours. I remember way back in the day, if anyone remembers when Haze came out on the PS3, I believe, and it was supposed to be like the Halo killer. And I think that was a game that lasted about 10 hours and it was a bit lackluster and blah blah blah, like, it kind of fell flat on its face. But yeah, I paid full price for that. By comparison, like, this game is going to eat hundreds of hours. So if you just factor it based on cost, like, you're talking pennies an hour really to, like, the amount of game you're getting. So yeah, I can't moan about Focus and that too bad, because they could be way more ruthless with how they monetize stuff. And say even this, like, the loaf is a beast. They could make it where every vehicle in this game is shit and you have to buy DLC. And I was hoping to get that Invictus thing because I bought the rebuild edition or whatever, but whatever, I suppose that at least, like, no one's at a disadvantage. Although I just generally think with single player games, it doesn't matter. Like, Call of Duty mattered if they sold someone a better gun, because it's like, well, now they're just gonna win because they have better equipment. But on a single player games, you're only versing yourself really anyway, so that's why, like, you got mods in this game. You can put a super truck, spawn a super truck, oh sorry, in like SnowRunner and that. But it doesn't matter because you're not you're not ruining someone else's good time to have your good time. Right, anyway, we have a goddamn horse. Bit of horn. See, he just runs stuff over and keeps going. I suppose really, this is now where I'm at so far on my my playthrough. Which I was considering doing a live stream on my playthrough, more because obviously as I'm making a video each day, although I did this more religiously with expeditions, was like I make a video, do a mission, and I wasn't touching it. So like a week in, I haven't actually got that deep into the game, versus like if I just hammered it by myself for a few hours, I'd get a lot further, but then as well I might miss. Let's put a star. I might miss potential like video missions that I can make videos out of. But yeah, it also means like I sort of lag behind. Like I'm sure there's plenty of people by now, especially that have done live streams and that as well, that are a lot deeper into the game than I am. So yeah, this is where I'm basically at. I found the loaf yesterday, and yeah, I was running a little late. My mum popped around on a Friday evening for a coffee, which is sound. I had the computer on that, but I thought I'll get the footage and that afterwards, which is all cool. Still had time and that to get the footage, but yeah, I just overall was running a little bit late, and then I found the loaf and kept, like I say, trying to save the footage, and then I'd just squeeze the throttle again, and it was a good time. I really do like this, not just because it's a loaf. I know that does somewhat sway my opinion, but the only thing that would have been worse than not adding a loaf to this game would be adding a loaf that's useless. That would be far worse. And yeah, as well, back when my phone died, by the way, with expeditions, what pissed me off and tipped me over the edge with that, my original plan that week was, I was basically going to make one last expeditions video saying like, I've basically had enough of this game, I'm going to go back to SnowRunner. I was trying to rescue the dolphin on, I think, the second map, and the game kept blue screening, so it fucks all my footage up. I've got to delete all that and start the whole mission again. And after about the fourth time of it blue screening, I was like, fuck it. But then that weekend my phone died. Like, it died about an hour before I was trying to post a message to say about a live stream. Right. I won't listen to her too much. I'm just reading what she's saying because I've got various new equipment I've not used before. Right, plot a route. We'll have a look in the garage. Yeah, what I didn't like, expeditions, looks-wise and all that was good. I liked the anchors. There was things that were good, but the mistake I reckon I made was, because it was a game that the people who made SnowRunner made, I sort of assumed something good, like I'm aiming towards something more, and after a while it's like, what? Especially when it kept blue screening me getting the dolphin, but then I was just thinking like, once I get the dolphin, then what? Like, there doesn't seem to be anything beyond just driving around in expeditions, and it's like, there's not, you know, there's missions like drive here and it goes, oh, here's an old ancient trail. It's like, who gives a shit? That doesn't really make for exhilarating gameplay. And yeah, that was what sort of hit me with it. It was like, by the time I was the second map in, it's like, fucking hell, do something, game. Whereas by comparison, the first map is more like a tutorial map, but even in that, you've drawn lines for AI vehicles, driven them cranes, and well, all the missions I just did, deliver some supplies, fix a wall. Now on the second map, you're building roads, got a loaf that's a tank. Yeah, you can lay sand roads, flatten them. Like, there seems to be way more stuff to do on this. And expeditions, I don't know, because I called it a day like when I was on that second map, but yeah, if anything ever did get better in expeditions, they certainly took too long to do it, because, and they just make, like, I think the first map on expeditions was a mistake. It was too much orangey rockiness, you had to rescue that pug, but at the beginning you've only got weak vehicles, and that made that a pain in the ass. There was like 2 rock points quite high up that were almost touching, but there was no way to cross over there, and it made the route you had to go with the... to take that pug was a nightmare. The drone was shit, and it kept going all hazy like after 50 meters or whatever. It's like, why even bother giving it me if it's effectively useless? Let's try this one. Bring help to Panama. What kind of help are you expecting? I'll admit now I've turned the hints off. Build road. It's looking good. Right, so have I just got to drive there? Well, we're about to find out. Right, objectives, that's that. Yes, open. The Harbour Village, Panama, is asking for our help. We shouldn't leave them alone in the aftermath. Let's plan a route from the transit point to Panama. Right, from the transit point. Is that this? Oh no, wait there. Is that that? Hang on. So where's that going? It's the port. So I've got to start it from here. Nope. Well, it was over here. But now it's saying tracked. I don't know, I'm driving down to here. In fact, I think I've got a vehicle that should be nearer. That'll be that one. Let's go over there and have a look. Yeah, that's one nice thing about playing it through once, at least when I get to it next time. I kind of know what I'm doing. I suppose at this point, I knew what I was doing up to now. This is now, I'm riding blind. That was a good choice for future-proofing. 5070 Ti, not a bad card. Yeah, I reckon in the end, like, it was one of them. It kind of seemed roughly in the middle. I think, roughly speaking, say it's like as good as the 4070 Ti Super. Yeah, and that was it really. Like, slight future-proofing. I think a bit of future-proofing is good. I think to some degree you may as well just accept that eventually you're going to have to replace something, and by then it probably should have come down in cost a bit. But yeah, overall I was pretty happy with it, even though it was more than I was wanting to spend originally. But now I kind of got it all in that, I think it was the best choice in the end of the options I had available. Like I say, the 4070 Ti and that they were saying they were supposed to be like 600 quid in that, but they're just not over here. Right. I actually need to figure out what the hell. Yeah. I went on this last time. Transit point to Panama. We're in. Where the hell's that going? Oh, was it just telling you then where it is? I suppose that's could be handy. Well, I assume we're going along here. Gonna have to fill that gap in. That's definitely what she said. But it's all good. Again, I'll draw the route, because if they get blocked I can just click and restart them again afterwards. But I'll get the dump truck around there. Yeah, and like I said, I did go pretty over the top with like researching. I tried to figure out as much as I could. I think I'm probably on some kind of spectrum when it comes to that sort of stuff. Yeah, for a good month or two, doing a lot of reading and researching. But yeah, like I say, overall it went well. I'm glad now that I did build my own instead of pre-bought, because now I at least have more of a clue of what different parts were. But yeah, the other month, like, I didn't know anything from anything. And to top it off, everything's like nicknames, well, not nicknames, like short and abbreviated names. So you got like the PC case, but then you got the CPU, RAM that's DDR4 and all that, GPU, PSU, M.2, NVMe, SSD, like, yeah, everything seems to be abbreviated, so trying to figure out what everything stands for took quite a while in its own right. What is that? I'm not cancelling the route, but when it moans, I'll probably would make sense to move that a bit. Right, dump truck. Would like me loaf. I will get to him, but also don't want the game just to completely sort of grind to a halt. What? Oh shit, did I just cancel the route? Son of a bitch. Oh wait, yeah, despite, oh, that's not too bad then. Oh, okay, so I cancelled it and it lets you, I thought when you cancel it it'll completely delete the whole thing. So that's good to know, you can tweak it without having to completely redesign it. Right, back out of that, that's what I wanted to do, enter that. Tip down. Fill her up. Remember the handbrake. Right, we're heading north. 37 grand. I'm sure I had like 39 on my playthrough. I bet it's because on that first island I probably didn't let enough vehicles do those AI driven routes to cash in like the rest of what's available. I did enough, I assume, to complete the missions, but yeah, there is like a little extra you can make. I bet I've missed that. When the 5070 came out, it was 2k. Yeah, well, that, like, because I started looking around February, March, it just so happened that the 50 series started launching around then, but they started from the top downwards, so there was like the 5090 first, then the 5080, 5070 Ti. So whilst I was first looking, they weren't, well, like, again, the 5090 might have been out, but yeah, they're like 3.5 grand or something stupid. So I was looking for the 40 series, but as the weeks went on, they were getting less and less. Because I think people, Nvidia definitely, I'm not singing their praises at all, you can tell they're a bit of a dick company, and that Jensen in his flashy suit, you can see why people aren't too keen on him. But yeah, there just seems to be automatic Nvidia hate, so everyone's absolutely like, nope, fuck the 50 series, get the 40 series. But then if you look at a few years ago, it was like, nope, fuck the 40 series, get the 30 series. And what seems to be happening to a degree is back in the day, it was like, there was an Nvidia GPU or whatever, and they released another one, and it was double the performance. And everyone's like, yeah, cool, double. And then they got double again, and then eventually, though, it gets to the point where I think it was like the 40 series was like, well, it's 30% better, but it's 30% more energy efficient or whatever. Right, I can ignore that for now, so I'm going to go and fix that. Yeah, and I sort of, if you look at it as like cars, if you released a car that goes 30 mile an hour, then you've invented cars, and then you release one that's 60 miles an hour, everyone will go, yay, it's double the performance. And then you could release one again that goes 120 mile an hour, and everyone will go, yay, it's double the performance. But then they're just, you now butting heads with physics, and you can't just release the next car that goes 240 mile an hour, not unless you're paying like a Bugatti price. Now there might be an opportunity, let's just see, might be able to cut over there. I will fix that road anyway, but in fact, fuck it, I'll fix it now, I'll bring another vehicle to inspect that while I've got the dump truck. I may as well do it. Yeah, so it's one of them thing where like everyone just seems to automatically be like, fuck Nvidia. So trying to find a reliable review of it and that was a bit of a pain, and what really made it click for me that that's going on, it was a, what's it, Hardware Unboxed video, and they had the 5070 Ti versus the 9070 XT, which is like the AMD GPU that's come out. And in the video there's literally like, say they'll do, it probably wasn't this, but say they're playing Grand Theft Auto 5 and it'll say they got 80 frames a second with the 5070 Ti, and then they got 60 frames a second with the 9070, but then he's going, yeah, very disappointing from the 5070 Nvidia, but then was kissing the arse of AMD, and it's like, well, what? It's like, I'm not saying AMD's bad, I was just in that sense, it was like, basically, I also seen on another video, he was like, sort of apologising, saying, yep, we realise now, guys, how we messed up with the 4060 review. Like, basically, he doesn't dare anymore to say something is just objectively 30% better than the previous one, because then everyone will go, ah, you Nvidia shill. So he just goes along with it, really. That's what it sort of seemed like. And I can understand if you got a 4060 and it was like, is it worth upgrading to a 5060? Like, no, because it's not double the performance anymore, and it's not a big enough jump. But yeah, the world of PCs doesn't consider that some of us didn't own a GPU. So it's like yeah, okay, but I'm first time buyer. Like, is the 5060 or yeah, is the 5060 better than the 4060? And the answer is just objectively yes. Because everyone's on like fuck Nvidia mode, everyone's going, no, get the 4060 or no, get the 3060. And yeah, again, they're not bad cards, but it's like, objectively speaking, you're better off getting like the one that's just come out, because they're not that much more expensive. Like I say, I got a 5070 Ti for basically the same price that I was going to have to pay for a 4070 Ti, and at that point it is objectively better. But I understand if someone owns a 4070 Ti, no, it's not worth spending 800 to upgrade to a 5070 Ti. But yeah, trying to kind of wade through that info as well. But it's funny because you struggle to find someone that says anything good about Nvidia, but then you look at the market share and it's like Nvidia's got 90% and AMD's got 10%, and it's like, well, someone's bullshitting, because 9 out of 10 people apparently own Nvidia, but 10 out of 10 people are saying fuck Nvidia. So that made it a bit confusing as well. And yeah, I'm not defending Nvidia, they seem like unscrupulous beasts, but that said, I don't think AMD is necessarily running a charity. They're only slightly less ruthless than Nvidia. And the only reason I went Nvidia, it was like back then, although I think like times seem to be changing, but the drivers were apparently more stable on Nvidia, which is like, again, if I'm capturing footage and I get the first 3 hours and then the game crashes and I lose the footage, I've just lost, even though I might have only lost 10 minutes of footage, I've now got to scrap the last 3 hours. So it's very costly if things crash. That's why like Expeditions was pissing me off, because it kept blue screening me. So I just went for what I was hoping would be more stable. And yeah, but again, even with that, it's like people, when it comes to GPUs, they are absolutely die-hard, like FPS per dollar, nothing else matters. So because AMD is cheaper per dollar, and again, they're probably great cards, I'm not anti-AMD at all. I got an AMD CPU, and I don't know, for whatever, like I said, I had a funny feeling I didn't want Intel. I had a funny feeling I wanted AMD, so I'm not anti them as a company, relatively speaking. But yeah, it was just funny wading through all that. Like, people really are going hardcore fuck Nvidia mode at the minute. See if that helps. Again, I can patch the road better in the future. Oh my god, and he managed to drive like a tit. What? I added a new point. Let's try again. Made it that far. Right, dumper's not in the way. Man, each to their own. I kind of like Kelly. I honestly don't mind her. It's just, say now when I'm doing a live stream, like I'm talking and then she's talking in the background, that I've either got to just wait until she finishes or try and talk over her. But as far as me playing the game and getting footage, she personally hasn't bothered me. I've seen a few people say they're driving them mad. Like, it hasn't been the same for me. But yeah, strictly speaking, whilst live streaming, it'd be nice to just shut her up. So, Mr. Lone Wolf rants and stories, I'm glad you are back and streaming again. I appreciate it, dude. Tactile gaming. Yeah, like I say, apologies it took a while, and apologies I just vanished, but it was, yeah, once my phone was done, it was like, shit, I really am locked at, like, basically cast me back to the 1800s. Like I said, I've only ever had a phone, as far as that goes, or, you know, as near as makes a difference. Probably when I was a teenager, I had access to a laptop. So yeah, I was kind of up shit creek without a paddle. Alright, what do they want me to do next? Send a convoy. Strictly speaking, I could go back and try and fix this road. Sod it, should we do it? I don't know what else. Bring help to Panama, well that's kind of ticking along the way, so... Oh, it's side mission, main mission. Let's check this one out instead. Yeah, let's do that, because I want to figure out these different machines. The next objective is to build an asphalt road. To build a road you need a dump truck, dozer, an asphalt paver and a roller. All of these vehicles are now available. Head to the infrastructure request panel to see the details. Yeah, road planning, yes. Press square on the vehicle to start construction. On the vehicle? Pour sand dump truck. There's the dump truck. Track. Open. Establish a route. Road. Am I just being stupid? No. It scrolls over. Build road. Holding square. Triangle even. Right, I'm just going to go and bring a dump truck. I don't really know what it's doing, but I'm going to go and take some sand there and dump it. We'll figure it out. It might just be, yeah, go and do that. Like, since it's the first time, it'd be nice to just say, yes, drive a dump truck over here with sand. Yeah, I am missing the high gear from SnowRunner. Oh, that's the other thing, winches suck in this game. Yeah, they do, big time. Understand PS5 then for me. Hope I can YouTube on PS5. I can't say for certain, but you must be able to. Like, the PS4 is able, so it can't be that much difference. Funnily enough, when DaVinci Resolve was driving me mad, I even checked on PC to see if I could download Share Factory, which is what I use on the PS4. Sadly, it's not available on the PC, but it's a shame. It's weird, like, again, just because I've only ever done editing on the PS4 and there's Share Factory. PC in general seems to be lacking a completely free editing software. I'm not saying they don't exist or whatever. Like, when you YouTube it and that, everyone just says, yeah, get DaVinci Resolve, or most of them. Hang on. Dump truck's doing something by itself. I don't know how I made that do it. Can we spectate? Damn, he's packing all the sand this time. It's more like it. That's the amount of sand that should be coming out the back. To be fair, I don't mind the amount it dumps. It's been fixing the roads so far. Just an intro, I'm heading off. Good to have you back, Wolf. I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in. Zeus 33rd, better to have 50 series because DLSS 4 frame gen stuff. I have a 4090 and can only do 2 times frame gen. 50 series can do up to 4. Is the 4090 I assume is an absolute beast though. Like now the 5090's come out just, but the 4090 seems to be the bee's knees when it comes to graphics. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I did see that with the 50 series that it's got 4 times and all that. I'll be honest, I don't really know if I'm even benefiting from it, but in theory I've got it, so if I'm not using it now I'll figure it out at some point. Right, road planning. We have poured sand. Flattened sand. Do I need to bring... You probably need to bring the vehicles to this then, because once I had the dump truck there, it seemed to just take over by itself. This is a roller vehicle. Oh, poured asphalt. We'll get it down there, but I'm assuming I want some vehicle before. Oh yeah, goddamn horse. Where's the handbrake? Yeah, surely I'm going to need something. I wonder what that vehicle's for. Looks like you can load other stuff onto it. I don't know how that applies to specifically to road building, unless you're supposed to load this thing on it, and there's no point really because it's only down here. But this game is right up my alley. It is honestly, yeah, again, it's getting a certain amount of, not to say hate, I think that's too extreme, but because it's not SnowRunner and we're all gagging for SnowRunner 2, but yeah, it's certainly got its own merits. I think already by now I can see enjoying myself for more than enough hours to justify the money it cost and that. And yeah, beyond that, I don't, like, no, it probably isn't going to be as popular as SnowRunner is 5 years into it. But again, like, SnowRunner is just, for me, and I assume many others, there's something fundamental about SnowRunner. I don't even have to play the missions. I can get in a vehicle and just drive around and sort of get lost in your own thoughts. You might be having one of them days where you got a lot on your mind and you can just drive around SnowRunner, or you can do missions and all the rest of it. But it's, yeah, something just fundamental about the concept of driving around. And I suppose you could, in theory, do the same in this game in the scheme of things. Probably got to build a few roads, but yeah, SnowRunner is just one of them games. I say it's a bit like not Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto 5. Obviously there's quite a lot to do, but just having an open world that you can go and mess around on, you can just sink shitloads of time into it. Right, I want to see what this does. Well, I press the button. Yes. Ah, so see where it says like middle-ish of the screen, press square on the vehicle to start construction. Well, I wasn't on the vehicle, and it's not highlighting square when I was here, but when I moved it down here, it's now not because I've already pressed it, but for some reason going nearer the edge brings square up, and then once I press it, this thing seems to... Oh, dozer. Where's my bloody dozer? No, it's crane. Sure, I could do actually, just to demonstrate that it works. I don't strictly need to, but enter the loaf. Goddamn horse. We'll recall that dozer to here. Fuck it, we'll drive down nearer the road and recall it there. Again, I don't need to, but sod it, why not? It's part of the game. Sorry, I probably fell quite far behind on the comments. That's a nice case too. What CPU? Yeah, the X3D thing. The case, I was happy with that because there seems to be a Corsair, I believe it's called Airflow 4000, and I think there was like 5000 and so on as well, but it seems to be like the sequel to that case. And what I kind of found nice, again, I am a complete amateur, but I did watch quite a lot of videos of people building PCs and so on. It feels very modular, and I think it does look quite nice, all the rest of it, but it sort of seems a bit more fleshed out. You know, like, say 10 years ago there was like, there's HP computers and all that, and they seem to have like proprietary PSUs and proprietary plugs and all that sort of stuff. Oh shit, how do I... L1. And you know how things are moving towards everyone's buying like their own PSU and GPU and building things like... It seems to be more fleshed out with that in mind, whereas like some cases back in the day, they're mostly cool, but they might be slight things. Like on my case, for example, like the bottom quarter of the glass panel is actually like a mesh mesh and you can put a translucent plastic thing behind it so it sort of hides the PSU. I can remove that plastic and you could see right through it to the PSU and all the wires and everything. But yeah, it just seems a little bit more like fleshed out and neat and everything. Recall vehicles. Bloody hell. Why did they all appear? We want that one. Have they changed? What? Now it just charged me like 4 fuel and brought everything. Oh well. I got, when I did it literally yesterday on the video I made, it brought up like a menu in the bottom left and only brought one vehicle. Maybe it was because I parked in that yellow square. I suppose. Well, it made everything get here immediately, so... Right, let's... Oh no. No. I'm going to drive it myself. Handbrake. There's a terrible approach angle. We are flattening roads though. Well, sand. Get in there. I have a 990 Pro 2TB. Yeah, that's the one I wanted, but it was, I believe, originally I was looking for 1TB sticks. And I kind of called it, as my budget, 50 quid for a 1TB, and they were like, I think about 110 for 1TB. They seemed pretty expensive, but when I was watching various videos of people building PCs and all sorts, everyone whose probably money isn't an issue, even though, say, they were demonstrating like the PC case, everybody seems to have a 990 Pro, so they seem to be the go-to. Like, everyone seems to trust those ones. Yeah, I believe, like, I got the blue one, the 990 Evo or whatever. I think it's worse, but I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean, like, if you were ranking them, I think that red label one is the daddy. But yeah, people seem to say, like, I think it's the read and write speeds are a bit slower on mine, but again, Amazon had that sale and it was 110 quid for 2TB. And I was like, sod it, it was close enough. 50 quid per terabyte was what I was kind of aiming for. Right, so does that count? Pave asphalt. That one? Yes. Shit, I probably should have read that. We're about to find out. This vehicle needed... Oh, is needed in the road building steps. You can use this vehicle to build the road manually. You can use the interactions in the construction area or infrastructure tab to make it work automatically. Right, well, let's do it manually. Again, I'm trying to look at comments and all sorts, so I know I'm driving like an idiot. Oh, I'm not even pressing the... I'm not even accelerating. Oh, it's now slowing down. It was driving on its own for a little while there. Well, it does seem to be smoothing it out, but I believe it is called an asphalt paver, not a sand smoother. Maybe I didn't do a good enough job in my dumper truck. Me K700 thing. Back and find out. Paver actions. Deactivate. I'm just going to fold that in. Turn inside. Yeah, it's not. It turns from the back. I may as well reactivate it, but I can't see a lot. Open the request. Let's see then if I press that. Oh, it's moving. Now it's paving. Why bloody hell did it get access to paving stuff? A good rig for a first PC. Yeah, no, cheers, man. Overall, I was like happy with it in the end. That the things I picked and that. I know I'm a complete noob at it, so I don't have a reference point. But yeah, in the scheme of things, I'm touch wood. I'm happy with what I got. Rebel PC sounds like a headache. Need to go back to 16-bit. Yeah, we were saying that the other day, weren't we? With the I believe it's called it's the Sega Mega Drive over here. I believe that's the Sega Genesis in America and possibly other markets. Yeah, my dad got me one when I was about 3 years old with Road Rash on. Well, I think it was his, but he kind of gave it to me. Yeah, with Road Rash, and yeah, 16-bit was kind of written on it proudly. So, what do I need next? Build road. Roll asphalt. Oh, now we need the roller. Yeah, it's crazy. Like 16-bit, you probably wouldn't work 1 pixel on my screen these days. Could squeeze a lot of fun out of not a lot of memory or whatever you'd call it. Oh, it's working. I was going to say maybe you could go like double lined, but it seems to sort of be. I wonder if it's always going to be this. Not automated, but I wonder if in the future, when you've just got those machines, you can kind of wing it and build a road everywhere. This is kind of like filling in the blanks with each step a little bit. Pretty cool though. Again, kind of more addictive than you might first think. What needs maintenance? Add a route. Drag it over. Managed to get stuck on a snail or something. Let's watch him for a second. I'll check the comments. Nice rig, dude. Most people have never had a PC before. Don't choose good parts. You did. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, cheers, man. I appreciate it. It's good to hear that it's wasn't a complete mismatch of random stuff. Real Kestrel. Hello, Wolf. How's it going, dude? Greetings from Canada, as usual. If you want to splurge on a mouse, try Logitech G Pro Superlight. Has a swappable side buttons for left and right-handed. Best sensor on the market and very lightweight. Expensive though, about 100. Okay, cheers, man. I'll look into it. I'll if anything, it was the keyboard part. I know it's the keyboard, not the mouse. The reason I went for a cheap keyboard, I was looking at the, if this is how you pronounce it, Aula. It was A-U-L-A. I don't know if it's pronounced Aula or just Eula or something. What's he doing? Yeah, like more robust kind of nice keyboards, but I wasn't. Funny enough, it was the print screen button. That's all I remember from back at school, because then hitting print screen was easier than figuring out how to print your work you'd done on the computer. I was looking for keyboards, and yeah, the Eula or whatever 60, and then the 75 and the 99. That was like different amount. 60, I believe, is 60%, so you basically get the letters. The 75's got like the up, down, left, right, and so on, and the 99 is 99% of the keyboard. And the one button it was missing was print screen. And then I figured in the end, someone said it's not a bad thing if you have a spare keyboard, because obviously if your keyboard breaks, you suddenly can't type or do anything. So I figured, fuck it, I'll get a cheap keyboard. And then kind of the same with the mouse, really, because it was about a 50 quid mouse, but it was on offer for something like 16 quid. And yeah, they're things in theory. I may get like another one in the. Is he getting stuck as well? I probably could. He's giving him a little nudge. They're just getting stuck on the mud. Can we spectate? Oh yeah, that is pretty muddy. Just trying to give him a boost. This little van seems to get stuck everywhere. The lorry doesn't seem as bad. Right, let's exit out. I might have to bring someone over here. Everything's kind of slowly breaking and need maintenance. Right, main mission, establish a supply route. Oh, we're still doing that. Now what? I thought we did it. Can't even see anything highlighting up. So we've got a power station that's going to have to be built at some point. Oh, transport point. Start plotting. Oh, I've got quite a lot of things coming from here. Where am I even going? Right. So again, these are going to overlap, but so be it. We're going to have a head-on crash at some point. I'll try and put them a bit to the side, I suppose. I haven't gone past my bridge, have I? No. Yeah, so that was it with the keyboard. Was I went for the cheap one because it was it had print screen on it as well. But yeah, I kind of figured in the future I could get one and I'll have a spare keyboard. And yeah, I suppose really the same with the mouse, because to be fair, people are correct in saying that if your keyboard breaks, I don't know, other than trying to order a new keyboard, that's kind of going to be quite stuck for a bit. I mean, for now with the mouse, the games I've been playing so far, I've been plugging in the PS4 remote, so I haven't actually had to use the mouse much when playing games. But again, yeah, I have heard things about these super lights. I assume like people that are gaming with like their mouse and everything is like the super light one really light. I believe it's stopped like hand getting a bit tired after many hours of gaming, so it's probably something to look into in the future. One of the first things I downloaded after I got the PC done was World of Tanks Blitz, only because I've had it on my phone for like a decade, and I loaded the game up and all the rest of it, got my account linked, so I've got all my tanks. I've got loads as well, so it's a game I could potentially play in the future. But yeah, I tried the buttons on the key. I didn't even go into a proper game on World of Tanks Blitz. I ended up loading up a training room just to test out driving around, and yeah, I'm going to get eaten alive in World of Tanks Blitz because I'm just not used to it. Unless I didn't try back then, was plugging my PS4 remote in, but maybe that'll work. But yeah, obviously, being on my phone, I'm used to like touchscreen and all that, and if I dare say so myself, I wasn't too bad at World of Tanks Blitz. But yeah, now I'm basically going to have to start from the beginning and figure out like how to use a mouse to shoot and all sorts. But that was one of the reasons like the PC played into it, other than being a replacement, like if my phone dies again. Yeah, like not any time particularly soon, but there's just games, yeah, like Age of Empires I've wanted to play since I had Age of Empires 1, and now there's Age of Empires 2, 3 and possibly even 4. But there's like the definitive edition and all that looks pretty good. BeamNG, I've got that. I always watch people playing that for a while. That seems to have sort of evolved into it's getting close to like an actual game really. Like when it first came out, I sort of was keeping an eye on it on YouTube videos basically, but it was like say a crash simulator. But now they're getting rallying added into it and all sorts, which will be if they get that nailed correctly, that'll be pretty cool. I actually I downloaded an E60 M5 on BeamNG because that's the car I used to have, and yeah, BeamNG, like the crashing, everything's great. The vehicles feel a little bit light, and the tyres don't feel quite realistic grip-wise, but apparently they've said they're working on fixing that. So yeah, it's just because that game's been out a good while, and it's kind of slowly evolving into a proper game, and that thing will be, if they get that properly up and running, it'll be a bit of a game changer. Rally games will be amazing on it, just because it's like complete realistic damage. Even racing games like that will compete with rally games, stuff like Gran Turismo. I mean, it's not going to be, you know, Grand Theft Auto 5 levels, but even then you've got maps that you can drive around and all that. You can put traffic on, like, it pretty cool. So that's another one that that was the first game I bought off Steam, which wasn't bad either. It was only about 20 quid, which is a bit of a bargain really for what it does. Mark Tabor, Filmora, that's what she said. Exactly. Zeus, Alt-Tab. Another reason to have another monitor. Just hit Alt-Tab. Alt-Tab, yeah, true actually. Like, well, I sort of figured that out earlier. Was able, like, if I press Alt-Tab now, it'll switch to OBS, and it's kind of laying over my game screen at the minute. Is there no way then to just minimise it? Like, yeah, so it sits in the little bar at the bottom. But yeah, cheers. I must admit, Alt-Tab, at least, say back when I was trying to do my email address and that, it would have... I would have been able to switch to my emails and get the code. Sorry, I'm getting kind of... forget what I'm doing. Get to the gas power plant, find a way to the steel pipes facility. What's this one? Okay. Fuck it, let's do that. Track. Where's my goddamn horse? Yeah, this is where, like, markers... It'd be nice if there was an option. I don't mind this, and again, in the scheme of things, you've got different, like, so you can select different ones and then different colours. It'd be nice if they had a quick option that was like markers that remove themselves, but not necessarily get rid of how you can like put different shapes and all that. Place marker, I keep forgetting. Oh, fucking hell. Whatever. We're heading that way. Yeah, I think that's still a... It'll be a handy feature when you're getting deeper into the game to remember where you certain things, yeah, you'll like remember, oh, I did the orange tree and that means whatever. But yeah, a bit like how you lay the AI routes, it'd be nice if you had basically like SnowRunner, I suppose, where once you drive through them they auto-delete. Right, sorry, I think I fell quite behind on the comments. Rebel, your end, not mine. That's what she said. It is true. She likes a good end. Rumble Strip, howdy boss. How's it going, dude? You need to actually stretch the bridge. Yeah, that way. Oh, bloody hell, am I that far behind? For some reason, it's not scrolling the comment. Normally, it keeps up with them. And again, sorry, I'm looking over at my phone. I have actually got a little tiny chat box. But yeah, as Zeus33rd was saying, I'm probably going to have to invest in a second monitor at some point. Funnily enough, by sheer chance, years ago, like in my bedroom, I've got a DVD player and a TV, but I never use it because I'm like, I can just sit in the living room, watch what I want. When I go to bed, I take sleeping tablets and I go to bed. But I got that TV from my grandparents years and years and years ago, and I looked the other month and it actually is a monitor technically, but probably a very old one. It certainly doesn't have DisplayPort or anything. I think it still has that. Is it VGA connector or something? But again, if all I need to do is move OBS and that over to it, fingers crossed I can make that do the job for now. But if not, yeah, I think I'll have to invest in another monitor. I can certainly see while I was looking at different people's setups, like some people have got 5 screens and all sorts, and yeah, I was thinking, oh, that seems a bit excessive. I mean, to be fair, 5 probably is. But yeah, 2, and then it makes complete sense now. OBS is cool though. I like how it's got a chat window open, some studio control panel. That's just telling me, I think, viewers, but I can't. It's overlapped by the chat at the minute. Telling me the stream status, and then yeah, you've got the actual OBS that's showing my audio and what you can see on screen. So again, that all works pretty nicely, but given that there is that many windows, I've shrunk everything as small as possible. Basically, my monitors say a 27-inch monitor. I've got about, I don't know, call it like a third to a quarter of the screen is filled up with OBS, and I've shrunk the game screen down. I'm probably using like 21 inches. Yeah, that is what she said. But it's going alright. I can still see the full screen, thankfully, so that's a start. Right, what's it want me to do now? Get to the... I did that. Now what? Reach location? Yes. Oh, that one. Where am I? Can we cut through here? Not really, because there's rocks there. So we might as well go to this road and cut along there. Right. Back it up. Yeah, because it's got like hydraulics in between these two bits, it does sort of force it to turn, but as you can see, the turning circle in and of itself isn't anything to write home about. I've seen vehicles similar, not they look more traditional tank-like, but I've seen vehicles like this on YouTube that have got like these hydraulic centre sections. And yeah, they seem to be pretty go-anywhere beasts, like people taking them to, I don't know, on like Antarctic explorations and all sorts. You can do it, Loaf, I believe. Oh my god, goddamn horse. That is why I like Loaf. Just imagine what you want to do and he does it. Don't know how he pulls it off every time, but he does. Rebel, can you back up and drop sand? Sorry, I might have. Maybe. It's probably from a while back. Expeditions... shit. Expeditions peak player count was only 2,000 players. I wonder how much money Saber lost on that game. Yeah, I think Expeditions was a bit of a flop, weren't it, after it? I think that's why, though. Everyone was probably quite enthused, thinking, okay, it's potentially SnowRunner-esque. And then, yeah, it never seemed to go anywhere. And I've not seen a video set, I've not been on the game since, but I did see... Who was it? Some YouTuber, I can't remember who it is now. Say they had like an Expeditions video recently that was like season 2 or something, and it got like 1,000 views. And then they made a SnowRunner season 15 video, and it was like 10 or 20,000 views. So it was like, yeah, it's pretty obvious that game completely flopped by comparison. And I bet of those 1,000 people that watched it, like, most of them aren't, don't own the game, they're probably just clicking on it because it was that guy's latest video. Very simplistic. The Intel B580 is a great card, it's equivalent to a 4090. To be fair, it's the Intel one, isn't it? I know it's not equivalent to a 4090, but it seems there's a... people are wanting to get rid of Nvidia, which again I see why. I'm not like defending Nvidia, but I can say like there ended up being a lot of just blind hate where no one's even giving objective advice. But yeah, Intel in theory, apparently someone said please release like a B780 or something, and they said watch this space or something like that, so they may be working on like a slightly higher end GPU. So we'll see. The more competition, the better. It seems with Nvidia, they're basically, and this I can see why gamers are pissed off. Like that Jensen or whatever his name is, basically said like AI is the house that GeForce built. So gamers kind of bought GPUs and made Nvidia what it is, and then now they're catering more to companies doing AI and all that. But in their defense, they are a company and they're making like 80 billion a year from AI stuff, and they're making 8 billion a year from gaming GPUs. So I can see from a pure business point, not like strictly speaking, let's say if I ran Nvidia, I'd, you know, throw gamers a bone. They're the ones that got you there. Like, if you're making that much money on AI, why don't you just make 5090s 500 quid and make everyone would be praising Nvidia. Like, it'd be hailed as the god company if they started dishing out 5090s for like 500 quid or something. But yeah, they seem to have thrown gamers under the bus versus like they'd rather make stuff and sell it to like companies doing AI stuff. Repair the gas power plant. Doesn't seem too bad at first glance. With a bit of luck and a little elbow grease, we could relaunch the plant and restart energy flow in the region. Guide our maintenance crew on their way from Anbala to the gas power plant, and they'll do the job. Hopefully without a hitch. Right, is Anbala. Gas power plant, way out down there. Right, I'm tracking it. Repair the gas power plant. But there doesn't seem to be... Is it? It could be a little bit more like... I know I turned hints off, but just in general, without hints, it should just... Could have a little bit more instruction. Some kind of hint. Oh, we're on plot route. Warehoused harbour? No. Not seeing any gas plant things. Let's try layers. Have no requests. Plot route. So you just have to keep button mashing until it starts saying plot something. Where am I plotting from? Why there? Okay. Fuck it. Let's just start adding points. Yeah, like you're saying about that Intel B580. Apparently, for being like a cheap card and that, some people sound pretty happy with it. I think, in the scheme of things, I never would have been able to get one anyway because there's driver crashing issues and I just can't afford. I'm too much of a noob. Like, troubleshooting something relatively simple takes me bloody ages. So I couldn't take that risk. Yeah, Zeus, B580 equals 4060, not 4090. Yeah, I think that's more in line. Just look, me asking you a question is gone as well. Rebel by choice. I'm not sure what's happening with that. Again, I have sort of fell behind, so it is on me a bit. Finish using your dump truck on the other side before you bring it over. That is a good point. Andrew Peaver, it's faster if you recall your truck back to the base. That's true. In certain situations, I will be doing that. I think at the minute, one, I'm not paying full attention. Two, just for the sakes of it, I suppose it's footage going on if I'm driving around. But yeah, strictly speaking, I do agree it would be. I think there is probably more efficient ways to get stuff done. Robbie L, but the mystery of your boat still looms. I'm currently on SnowRunner, keeping the dreams and hope alive. Harbour and Lake Ribiere. Assume that's some of the new ones I've not got to yet. Yeah, back in January I downloaded all the latest seasons, but then my phone, it didn't break. It wouldn't let me go on eBay and all that, and then yeah, I went on the task of shopping for a phone and PC and all that, and then yeah, sort of here we are now. The boat, I'm sure I made a video called like, that's why you get yourself a loaf. Got a picture of like the loaf flying around in the air. I think I did get it out of the ground because I had to send a loaf in the ground to reach it with a winch, and he did because he's goddamn professional. He maintained his 100% rescue record, and that was not an easy one to maintain.
The pipeline seems to have sprung a leak, or 5. The crew have narrowed it down to the gas distribution substation. It got beaten up pretty good by the storm. How about you take a drive and check it out?
Should we go in this just because it's a new vehicle? It's like, yeah, I'm going to say the step pike thing. Let's get some of them on. See, again, now I've hit square and triangle, like, there doesn't seem to be any punishment for activating them, so I'm just going to leave it as that. And at that point, yeah, it'd be much better if they were lost in a menu, or like a sub-menu, and stuff like attach your winch and all that was more readily accessible. You can see that on my screen. It said Samsung A50. Still something, knock on wood. Again, Samsung, I've had various things quite a lot over the years, and yeah, touch wood, my TV has done me well. I never get like a fan of a company really, but if a company does enough things right, they'll sort of earn my respect to not just blindly roast them. And yeah, I have to say, Samsung, like, I would sort of stand by it. It's never really done me wrong for the price and how well it's built and how long it lasts and all that. Right, it said come over here and have a look. Did it not? Oh, he said the bloody gas distribution. Right, fuck it. Hurry, loaf. Back up that road. How do we get up here? Ah, can I go out the back of here? Looks like there, maybe. There's only one way to find out. Yeah, them big cooling towers. So I'll try and... Sorry, one sec. I'm going to try and move my phone so I can see it without... It's leaning on the sofa to the side of me. But when I move it, it goes off charge. And then it'll die. Yep. Get on charge, you bastard. Right. Lead the paver into the back of the truck. It's a lot faster. Yeah, true, that probably would have been. Chat is screwed up tonight. You need the dozer to flatten the sand. Right, I'm catching up a little bit, but yeah. Chat is like 10 minutes behind. Yeah, for some reason it normally just auto-scrolls as newer chat appears, but it's sort of staying where it is. Unless I manually scroll it. But that said, I am able then. Hopefully, I apologise if I've missed some comments, obviously, but trying to get them all. Load Toad 84, no more SnowRunner Wolf. There will be at some point. My dilemma with that at the moment is... Oh yeah, that's what I was... I don't know if the loaf will fit under there. I could try and ram through there, but we'll just go around this way. So obviously I've got it on the PlayStation 4, like my original playthrough and all the seasons and everything. When I bought Roadcraft, they did an offer, like a loyalty bundle thing, where it said, basically for an extra tenner, it gave me SnowRunner. But I have no seasons or anything. And now you mention it, like on Steam, are you able to buy a season pass? Like, or a year pass or whatever? Because all I can see on Steam is it will individually sell me each season at £6 each, I think, and there's like 16 of them, so that's going to be like getting on for £100 for me to buy all the seasons, and then I'm kind of umming and ahhing at the minute. Obviously right now I've kind of blown all my money on the PC anyway, but yeah, I was like, do I get it, do that on the PC, but then I've also got to start the entire game again, or I have the option of going back on my PS4 at some point, which I can do. I'm not against doing that, but yeah, that's kind of the options I've got at the minute. Obviously it just so happened by the time I got the PC built and all the rest of it, Roadcraft has come out, so I'll definitely be doing more Roadcraft than anything else, but I can say with pretty good certainty there's going to be, like, I'm going to do SnowRunner at some point, because one, I just love the game anyway, and yeah, I've got my goddamn horse on there, but I'm in that, like, do I just go back to the PS4, or do I buy all the seasons? But yeah, then I've now got to go work my way through, like, say if I buy all the seasons, I've still got to go, like, to Cosmodrome and rescue the Zik 605R and so on, like, which is going to take me fucking ages, like, so I either make videos again of the same videos I've already done of SnowRunner as I'm working my way through the new playthrough, or I theoretically sort of do it on the side when I'm not editing. But that's going to take me, like, I don't get that much time, so that's going to take me months and months and months before I even get close to where I was on PS4 SnowRunner. So that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out at the minute, plus Roadcraft for now, as it's a new game and so on. But yeah, like, they're definitely, I will be doing some SnowRunner at some point, because it's SnowRunner. It's too good to just let it go. And yeah, I mean, thankfully it's a nice alternative if this game ended up being a flop. I don't think it will, certainly not like Expeditions was. This just does feel better. Expeditions was, it got some free leeway because I expected it to be somewhere as good as SnowRunner, and it just kept never happening. Yeah, and like I say, 2 or 3 maps in, I was like, what the, like, what am I even doing it for? Sitting there like that meme, like, why are we here, just to suffer? Yeah, SnowRunner's obviously a laugh, and you can deliver cargo and load loafs onto the roofs of trucks and all sorts. Expedition, I just didn't see where it was, like, the game was livening up. It seemed like all I'm going to do is spend X amount of time rescuing vehicles, but then once I've got the vehicle, there's not really anything. That's what I was like, once I get the dolphin, then what? I'm just going to go and rescue another vehicle with the dolphin, and then I'm going to go and rescue another vehicle with that. Or it was doing shitty missions like, you've discovered a secret trail, which I don't really care about. So yeah, that one obviously did seem to flop pretty hard. This one is looking good, so I don't think I'm going to abort this game, but yeah, SnowRunner's just SnowRunner. Like I say, it got me goddamn loaf, even on the PC version. First thing I did was get a AGL loaf. It's funny though, because I forgot how brutal it was when you start SnowRunner. I got obviously the stock CK1500, got the first mission done on Black River, so you unlock the garage. I immediately transferred to Drowned Lands to go and rescue the loaf, do that saving country bread. And the CK, once you go out the Drowned Lands garage and to the left, across those like concrete slabs that are across a boggy section, you turn left, instantly get stuck in the mud. Like, it will, which I think is a bit over the top really, now looking back, but obviously I'm so used to, well, one, you got mods, but I've also got vehicles that are like fully upgraded and all the rest of it. Yeah, it was a bit of a, like, god damn, a stock CK1500 in SnowRunner really is a stock CK1500. Bring help. Maybe. Might do. What do I get for it? Panama? Oh, you silly bollocks managed to get stuck again. Let's see what needs maintenance. How'd you fail there? Right, dispatch. Well, dispatch. Might have to go and patch some stuff though, but we'll just dispatch them for now. To be fair, that did look pretty boggy last time they got stuck in it. What did I want to check? Back out of that. Where's my sand quarry? Yeah, map layers, yeah. So you really can only get, so if I go over here, I'm only going to be able to take one lot of sand. That's what I was saying, I don't know if it's going to, like, that trailer, yeah, I mean, yeah, in theory they could make it where you could, like, have a vehicle and move it. And yeah, there's another one over here, yeah, there's another trailer. Again, I wouldn't hold my breath with that, but it's an option they could do. Right, where's my dump truck? Let's just go on. What time is it? So I'm done, coming up 3 hours. I'm still alright for a little bit, not, I won't be like, won't be another 3 hours, but yeah, we're gonna get a bit of, get some of these holes patched in, these holes filled, that's what she said. War Thunder is way better than World of Tanks. It possibly is. I've watched War Thunder content with who is it? Fly Daily. Quite like some of his videos. I mean, I got whatchamacallit, World of Tanks Blitz a few months after it came out, really. Back on like when I had the iPhone 4. Unable to pour sand out. I didn't even try and pour sand. Trying to gaslight me. Yeah, like I do like World of Tanks Blitz though, but I have watched War Thunder. It seems realistic, but then there's an element of it, you know, like there's going to be goddamn professionals on there. And then you're going to get a tank, you're going to drive 10 minutes sneaking up, and then someone just one-shots you, and you're done. And maybe you can spawn another vehicle, but yeah, like, I know World of Tanks is more, say, arcadey, but unless you get nailed by a fucking FV215B183 that fires a fucking small car at you, you generally have a chance to be like, okay, I got shot, like, back up. Right, need me. Where's the little sod? There he is. Yeah, I quite like. There's a little bit more of a survival versus like. I think the people that are very good on War Thunder probably have a much nicer time on it than noobs. And if I played War Thunder, I would be a noob, and I'd feel like I'd probably have to invest quite a lot of time to become not a noob. Plus, World of Tanks Blitz. Over the years, I've spent probably like 600 quid on it, maybe more, but I've had it a decade odd. Oh yeah, that's another thing, because I've had it a decade, when they do like the year's anniversary and all that, I get like the best free presents because I've had the game like as long as you can have it. So like when they did, was it 9 years last time or something, I got a free, what was it? I can't remember the tank now. It's a tier 10 tank anyway, an American, what the hell? Concept 1B, that was it. Yeah, but I got loads of tanks on there that are like fairly, I'd say rare, but you know, you've had to bite the bullet and buy them. But I don't mind that because the game was free to me. It didn't force me to buy anything, and I liked the game, so I was happy to support the company. Oh yeah, I probably should put this in marching mode. Oh fucking hell! So mate, we're British. We're on the fucking correct side of the road. You get your ass out of the way. That's right. Trying to give me your American driving, your American driving lip. Yeah. So that's kind of the crack with World of Tanks Blitz. And again, I've got pretty good at it over the years. I actually got, I'm not going to say what tank it was, because it has my real name attached to it. But, I'm in the leaderboards. I've got like one of the best scores ever in a tank. So I'm up there on the Hall of Famer. And yeah, years ago I wanted it was the Mouse was the tank I wanted on World of Tanks Blitz. Big fat 180 ton slab that Hitler and the Nazis were building back to like the end of the war. There's one in, I can't remember the name of the tank museum now, but it's in Russia. There's only like one example. I wanted that originally, but for some reason when I started World of Tanks Blitz I decided to grind every single tank and go level by level. So over the years, I was like, say, level 4 tanks, or tier 4, and then tier 5 and so on. It's not too bad back then, but then over the years, I've added so many tanks. And yeah, finally now in the game, I own every tank, unless they've added some recently, but like, I own every tank from tier 1 to 9, and I own a fair chunk of the tier 10s. And I've finally got my Mouse. I've got the FV215B183. I can't remember the others, but probably like, yeah, the IS-7. A lot of the good ones. And then, like I say, yeah, there's various vehicles I bought. You can watch videos on there and save up gold, so I've done that, obviously, shitloads over the years. So some tanks I've bought that they do cost quite a bit, but I saved up the money. Oh yeah, where am I? I was heading this way, wasn't I? Oh no, it was that bit I flattened. Where else did I wanted to bring this somewhere. Oh yeah, it's down here. Alright, I've not completely wasted my time. I believe it was there, wasn't it? Dump truck, where are you? So I just got to go back and get more sand, I assume I have. Well, let's try it then. The cover. Yeah. Apparently you get a free load of sand. Yeah. It's not looking good. They may have patched something, because like I say, there seems to be a few things that are slightly different. Either I've not done it right, or they've patched that out. Would be my guess. Or I just got unlucky and it didn't work, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to have to drive through where I can get sand anyway. Ah, that's Rebel by choice. My phone is Samsung A50. I've had it over 10 years, knock on wood, yeah. It's exactly that's what I mean. As long as that's what it's like iPhone. People moan about iPhone, and I'm not saying I'm a fan or anything, but I bought an iPhone 4 in 2011, and funnily enough, because my emails don't work on my phone, just as I was building my PC. Oh yeah, so I tried to open my emails on the PC, and it said This always annoys me. Other things have done this. So my password is wrong. I was thinking like, no, it isn't, because it's always been the same one. So reset your password. We're going to send a text to the number ending 365, and it was like, fuck, that's my old phone. And yeah, the old beauty. It took about an hour to turn on, and I even putted it. I don't know why I keep adding ed on the end of words. I put it on a heated pillow to warm the battery up. It's not my heated pillow, well it is now, but it was my grandma's. Rest in peace. So I inherited a heated pillow. Put it on that to warm the battery up. But yeah, 14 years old that phone is, and it fired up. And I got the text, got my email, was able to change, and like, it says change your password. So I typed in my password, and it goes, no, you've already used that. And it's like, yeah, no shit. That was my password. How are you cock blocking me and saying I've got the wrong password? But then when I try and enter it, you go, no, you've already used it. So yeah, I had to come up with a different one, which inevitably I'll forget. Another thing that really pissed me off, I had notes on my iPhone 7. Everything, like if I ever did change a password, or this isn't my password anymore, but Facebook used to be you hacking cunts was my password, because some guy from India tried hacking it or something, and then there was a terrorist attack over there, and then it asked me if I'm okay, because it thought I was near the blast zone, because someone had hacked my account who was near the blast zone. No, my luck, it's the bloody terrorist that did it. Yeah, but I had notes, and in the last, like, I even had the price I was working at. Oh shit, I didn't get sand. Oh well, gonna have to go back. Is there any quicker way? It's not looking good. My bad. Fuck that one up. Probably just best off to recover at this point. Damn. Oh yeah, notes on my phone, and I even had like written out what PC parts I want to get and all that. For some reason, my phone deleted notes completely. I've lost 7 years of like, yeah, different password. There's all sorts of stuff on there. It's one of them where I won't remember that I needed it until I think, oh shit, I need that. So yeah, that's seriously not impressed that my iPhone deleted that. I don't know why it did. I think because my memory's pretty full, but if it is, that's a terrible thing to delete to free up fuck all memory just for text on a screen. Like, for example, I've got music on my phone, but because the memory's filling up, it deletes the music, as in, like, so I've not downloaded it, but then, so if I click on the song now, it'll stream it effectively, it'll download it kind of in real time from the internet. But yeah, I don't know why Notes has gone missing in the last week or two, and that's where, if I had, for example, changed my password, it would have been written on there, but now that's all gone. Bit annoying, but apart from that, yeah, like I say, my iPhone 4 is 14 years old. My iPhone 7, if I took this thing, it's been in a, well, it's a Gorilla case, but it's not, it's a Chinese knockoff, probably called like Gorilla case. If I took it out of that, it's immaculate, apart from the charging port will be the only thing that's knackered on it. Everything else, like the phone has not got a fingerprint on it, not got a hairline scratch, it's absolutely brand new. It's just annoying that iPhone 7's kind of out of date now, so I've got to, in theory, get a newer phone, which I was going to and sort of needed, but then as I got a PC, like, PC takes the weight off how much I need my phone. Oh, fuck, I've only gone and done it again, haven't I? Right. Instead of yapping, I'm going to fucking sand. Yeah, that takes the weight off, like, I now have another way to get on YouTube. I now have another way to get on eBay. And I have not tried it so far because my banking app is still working, but I could, I assume, get on my banking on the PC and all sorts. So yeah, that relieves the desperate need to get a phone. Hence why I'm still hanging on for dear life on my iPhone 7. Right, refill. Fucking hell, I could have done 3 loads to that place by now. Yeah, apologies, my bad, I keep cocking that one up. Yeah, my phone probably will die again at some point, but then they released that bloody update on May the 1st, which, again, it's not got me up to date. What I'm assuming is some hackers or something figured out some kind of exploit with phones that run 15.8.3 iOS. So Apple was sort of forced, like, well, let's just put a patch, not make it like iOS 18 or whatever, but I assume they've patched it. But yeah, along with that, for whatever reason, it's made the amount, like, YouTube just crashes all the time, trying to type comments, and it just keep crashing. Yeah, it used to. Once it'd crash, it'd at least say when you reloaded it, it'd say, like, YouTube crashed or closed unexpectedly, do you want to resume video? It's not said that to me for 6 months to a year. It just doesn't bother anymore. It crashes, and yeah, it's just like, fuck you, the video you're watching is gone. But yeah, I would happily ride it out until, I don't know, until the phone breaks in theory, but because I look after it, it hasn't broke. So it's a bit annoying that it's just, in theory, become outdated. But yeah, again, that's where it's like, I'll be willing to put money on it. It's basically just Apple being like, haha, let's make those phones outdated, so they force you to get a new one. So you think, like, that's even worse. Say, take Nvidia then as an example. At least it appears like old graphics cards still work, assuming, like, obviously they're not going to run the latest games at like crazy frame rates, but they don't seem to put out some sneaky update where it's like, haha, now, you know, 1080 Ti's don't work anymore. Though I did hear they're dropping some kind of support for it, and I've seen people freaking out, but then people were saying, like, relax, they're not like blocking it, they're just they're not going to keep releasing more updates for it. But apparently the actual was here, they're getting stuck. Oh no, or was it there? In fact, let's find out which one was it. Not that one. Dispatch anyway. Yeah, so apparently they're just not going to keep updating it, but it'll still work and do whatever you need it to do. So it is there. Yeah, well then I'll keep going. Assume that guy's going to get stuck again. So yeah, I mean, give it time. I wouldn't put it past that Nvidia, but they're not being that ruthless yet, unlike, yeah, iPhone that are just cock blocking it because they can and they know they're going to sort of force me. Why is this going horrifically slow? I haven't got low range on. This is where, like, I need some high gear button mashing. It just said request completed. I don't know which one, but he must have made it through it. What a goddamn unit. I hope one load of sand does it. I'm gonna bring the digger and find out. Or whatever the bloody hell it's called. Yeah, that's why, like, I was looking at an iPhone 16, not because I give a shit that it's the latest, greatest and all that. I couldn't care less, but essentially, like, in theory, buy a new phone so it lasts a long while. I know I can buy, like, there is obviously Samsung Galaxy and all this, whatever it is. I'll be honest, one, I just know iPhone. It's like back in the day, I used to just know Nokia, like Nokia 3310 and all that. And my brother's owned, we originally got iPhones and that, and then he got like a Samsung, and they seem to break quite a lot, if I'm being honest. They don't seem to last as long, whereas, like I said, by comparison, I've still got a 14-year-old iPhone that turns on. Does, like, I can't open YouTube on it anymore. It basically, like, say they're called a smartphone. Over the years, the smart starts to get removed from it, and it sort of goes back to just being a phone. So I'm assuming even on my old phone, I could probably still put credit on it and ring and message people, but as far as, like, YouTube and apps and that working, it seems to have had its day. And that's the way my iPhone 7 seems to be going. Like, I'm sure phone and text messages will still work, but not the Not the stuff I actually need and use on it, really. Beast. Rebel, another chat is missing. I can see them, I think. So it might, I don't know, it might just be your end, dude. Unless there is more messages, but I've seen messages you've been posting, so something's showing up. Zeus, speaking of SnowRunner, I went through the assay of unlocking the Sleeter ST816. That was a cool mission. I've not even heard of that one. It's going to be some of the new... Where did I stop? I think I stopped around season 12, because I think there was like the year 4 pass was just coming out, and I didn't buy it at the time because I didn't have the dough until like the end of the month. And then yeah, phone happened and all that, and I didn't buy it at the time, so I bought it back in, I think it was January or February of this year. And then yeah, again, phone cock-blocked eBay, and we went on the whole PC mission. Kenwood Chef, Kenwood, I like that make as well. Good morning, just bought Roadcraft. I'm hoping it's more entertaining than Expeditions. I think it's safe to say it is. Right, did this last time where it kind of gets stuck in that bush a little bit. Sometimes it's a good thing to be stuck in bushes. I haven't gone mad on the horn today. I did, I'll admit, get a little bit lively on the horn when I found the loaf. Right. I see how it loops around with the menu. And it might be nice if it just didn't, because you kind of get mixed up where you are. Right, let's just activate all these bastards again. I mean, it's saying all rewards received, so I can activate them, but I don't need to. Oh, this one, there appears to still be some money to be had out of it. Reward 550. Well, he should. Yeah, it's always this one. It's not looking good. Yeah. So they make that appear. Is he going to move? I think he's not. The lorry's not moving because the bloody van isn't. So while we're here, just curious. Oh no, I don't even know if this fires a winch. No. I was going to say, could I, this part, I may as well recover it and get another sand then. Yeah, I've not even really sort of paid too much attention to that, but it appears not every vehicle can fire a winch, which, whether that's accurate or not, I personally would rather everything had a winch. And the Earth Roamer scout trucks, both are badass. Yeah, again, whether... Because that was the other thing, like, if I SnowRunner on PC, I could just buy, say, Season 13, 14, 15, 16, but then I haven't got, like, the first 12 seasons of stuff like the Zik 605R, but I was going to say I could then get mods instead, but I believe it doesn't let you have the mod unless you own like the version of it, which is fair enough. Like, otherwise that'd be like me setting up a burger stall in McDonald's car park and kind of using their... No, you fucking move. Oh, he's stuck in there pretty good. Oh, the loaf would not tolerate this. To be fair, that's right. I suppose I may as well put a load here. Yeah, that's what she said. Right, can we get more sand before I go around to the other side? And then I'm going to have to bring the tipper back. Again, I know I've not done this like even remotely efficiently, but we're on a live stream. It's game content. It's what's going to be happening in the scheme of things, so I'm not too fussed. But yeah, I do admit probably gone the longest way possible around getting all this done. Will, SnowRunner gets repetitive for me. It's a hard one to call with that, because I understand the comment, but I like SnowRunner, so I don't mind that it's getting it gets competitive. Like, I did reply to someone saying, like, say repetitive games. FIFA football games are repetitive because they're only football. Call of Duty is running around maps shooting people. Gran Turismo is racing. Like, it's only something like probably Grand Theft Auto 5 is a pretty fair example of. Oh, I may as well put a bit of sand here. Or do I? How far am I away from? No, it's not too far back. Yeah, I don't mind repetitive if I like what it is. So it doesn't really bother me, but I understand the concept of, like, if you're not delivering cargo or whatever. I know there's, like, the odd mission to rescue a vehicle, but yeah, it is essentially... I mean, the game operates like it's an excuse to drive around with, like, mud physics, really. It was kind of like, you think back to Mud Runner, it was... yeah, it was sort of just finding an excuse to make you drive from A to B, but the actual point of it was to sort of experience the physics of it. I suppose a bit like BeamNG was originally a crash simulator. It wasn't trying, in theory, to be like a proper game. It was supposed to be like an excuse to drive a car flat out into a wall and see how it sort of damages it and all the rest of it. And yeah, as I said, I can like just get in a vehicle and drive around SnowRunner. Whereas that's where I think this game complements the situation quite well, because it's SnowRunner-ish, but for one, the physics feel a little bit better. I like the fact, even now, you know, I'm laying, like, tyre tracks, and if I go into the menu, I am actually laying tyre tracks in real time. So it seems to do that. There is boggy sections, so the terrain physics is still a thing. It's not on every road, but in fairness, it's not on SnowRunner either. There's plenty of roads that are just, like, dirt roads that are pretty much non-deformable. But then, yeah, this kind of has got other things to do. SnowRunner is definitely, for one, it's a more difficult game. This feels more, I wouldn't say aimed at a younger audience. Like, thankfully they've not made, you know, like if you could fucking buy a DLC skin and make this look like a unicorn or something. They've not gone like that with it, and touch wood, hopefully they don't. Like Call of Duty used to be a war fighting game. Now it's, yeah, people dressed as rabbits running around, and it's like, it's not really what it was, because they're trying to be Fortnite. They went from leaders in the genre to fucking followers. Yeah, I kind of dropped a bit of sand off there by accident when I rallied. I think I did anyway. It made a sand noise in my headset. Yeah, this game, I think it aims for, like, a younger audience. I said to someone, like, my 7-year-old nephew could probably play this game, and yeah, if he's paying attention, he'll get used to, like, what buttons you're pressing and all the rest of it. Even though, unlike me, SnowRunner, obviously easy missions, I think he'd be alright, but you put him on Aegis installation or Cosmodrome trying to rescue, like, I think younger kids would struggle. Just, it's how, like, back in the day when I was on GoldenEye as a kid on the Nintendo 64, I was, I got as far as Cradle, and I couldn't kill that Alex Trevelyan or whatever his name is. And there was 2 levels after that. I think it was like Crypt and Aztec or something, and I never quite got to them. And my mate's dad did, because he was an adult, and he probably, yeah, I was like just about borderline, but it was kind of like where I'm still not fully probably paying attention to the game. I'm just kind of running around like a headless chicken because I'm James Bond and I've got a gun. And then, yeah, me and my brothers and that played a lot of multiplayer. Big head mode. Yeah, big head. That's what she said. Yeah, I used to love that. On what was the facility where, like, in the film, the GoldenEye thing happens. we used to give each other like half an hour to set up proximity mines. And we got really good at making it like, you can't get to me. Like, I've put proximity mines in a specific way, a pattern on the walls, and it's like, we were trying to break into each other's like bases we gave ourselves. But yeah, if you put the proximity mines in like specific locations and patterns, you couldn't get near enough to shoot it without it then blowing up and killing you. And yeah, we just like did that for ages. And I remember I was talking to my brother a little while ago now, about, everyone remember on the either NES or SNES, it was like Super Mario, but it was multiplayer, and you were like a tiny little Mario and Luigi, and you had just like a 2D map with like little bricks in the air that you can jump on different levels, and you had to try and like, if you could jump on the other person's head, I think it'd like kill them, a bit like how you squash them little mushroom people or whatever in normal. Yeah, we used to play that for like years and years. Some seriously good memories from back in the day. Again, they squeezed a lot of fun out of 16 bits. I don't even know if, I don't know what the NES and SNES were. They've got to be around the same time period, I think. Well, obviously the SNES was newer than the NES, but certainly not as new as the PS2. Remember, like, the PS2 when it had 8 megabyte memory cards, and it's like, oh my god, 8 megabytes is massive. You'll never fill that up. And then yeah, now like a photo on my phone's probably 200 megabytes for just a picture of my cat. Right, patched. Moany bollocks. Let's see how you drive across it now. Nope, wrong one. Just keep activating them until I get the right one. That's the one. What is it? Which one was it called? Bring help to Panama. Right. Yeah, whatever this little van is, it's seriously bloody weak. Like I say, that truck's usually fine. It's this little thing, which I think is like a copy of an Iveco van we have over here. I just pirate DLCs on Steam. I don't know how to do that. Not well. Say with Windows. That's all I'm saying. Been playing SnowRunner for 5 years, never gets bored. Yeah, like I say, I personally didn't, but then when I moved to Expeditions, obviously I wasn't playing it for a bit, and I've not been on it since. Not because it was like, because my phone broke, I kind of left, you know, like everything where it is, so when I go back to it, when I go back to making videos, it's kind of where I left off. But then yeah, many things happened. Zeus, I think I'd like to see you do a PC playthrough of everything. What is that? Yeah, on SnowRunner. Again, I'm certainly not ruling it out. It's yeah, I suppose it's that, like, that's sort of, because I've already got videos on a lot of stuff, I'm essentially repeating stuff, so that's where it a bit sort of unsure whether, like, I don't know how well it'll go down. And I mean, even like, not that I mind, but I get less views, say, overall on a SnowRunner video, well, I'll say a year ago, but versus 4 years ago. If they just made SnowRunner 2, it brings everybody back to square one. Like, by now, so there's various people that have completed SnowRunner, got bored of it, moved on, different games, etc. If they bring out SnowRunner 2, everybody is going to be back day one, etc, etc, and it'll I think it'll revive the SnowRunner community a little bit more. But yeah, not that it's going to make that much difference. I mean, like, I wasn't monetized on YouTube for the first couple of years anyway, but I think the most I ever made in a month on YouTube was 100 quid. Now I get, well, say as of a month ago, I make about 30 quid a month. But now it's probably going to bump back up to maybe 60 a month. What else are we going to do? Do something, probably do one more thing and we'll call it a day. Clear the air. Oh, okay, we'll do that. That sounds... Oh yeah, I should have just rammed it with a loaf. There he is. What are you up to, you goddamn horse? Let's go this way. Yeah, we'll figure it out. How do we get back? Oh, we can rally off there. Job's a good one. Is he facing the right way? I think he is. Oh shit. It'd help if I clicked on him. Not just backed out of the menu. See now, like, I don't mind that the sun's gone down, but strictly speaking, if I had the button and the options to change it to like sunny midday, I would. Right, trying to read comments while looking. While not looking even at the screen. You do the PC playthrough on hardcore. True, but again, that partly plays into... I remember I can't change the time of day is one thing, and that alone sort of puts me off hardcore. JC Bro 86 going, but I think there is a way to use a cross save from PS4 to PC if you have all the same DLCs and stuff, but that's a lot to buy. I'll be honest though, if I could transfer it, I'd be a hell of a lot more interested in just biting the bullet. I've seen it keep saying something about a pros account, PROS, and it seems to say the same thing on this. Yeah, I mean again, yeah, I'd be a lot more likely to take the hit if I could just move my PS4 playthrough over to PC. That'd bump the chances up quite a fucking lot of me getting everything. Right. As that Canadian guy says, I'm just gonna send it. Oh shit. Oh shit, wrong button. Go on, live. You know the drill. Oh my god, he is an absolute goddamn horse. Let's have a loaf. That is why. The cat's turned up. Want a whopper? Coming up here. Sorry if you can hear him meowing. Time for food. Oh, I can just ram him out of the way, can't I? Oh my god, he's too much of a horse. Did I damage that pipe? Or was it like that? That's what I'll tell him. Nope, it was like that when I found it. Oh yeah, can. Nice. See, stuff like this I think is pretty cool that they've done in the game, and I said the other day I winched to a rock, which again I think is pretty cool, because strictly speaking, if you're in a bit of a bind in a vehicle in the middle of nowhere and you're sort of stuck, you probably, assuming, you know, it's not a little pebble, you could winch to a fat rock. So I actually, yeah, there's elements like this is where it sort of makes me even more excited for SnowRunner, because SnowRunner 2, because it's hopefully certain elements. There's not a lot from Expeditions I would like, but the one thing, strictly, if it made no difference to the way the menus play out, if there's just an extra thing in like where it says start engine and all that, that you could place anchor points, that might be good to see moved over. I mean, on the plus side, they've obviously done Expeditions and then this instead of SnowRunner 2. At least, the only thing worse than them not doing SnowRunner 2 would be to do a bad version. I mean, imagine if Expeditions was SnowRunner 2. It'd be like, oh, that's worse than just not having SnowRunner 2. It's like when they make, I don't know, like, I think now not the most modern Ghostbusters, but that feminist Ghostbusters they tried to make. Yeah, it's almost like it would have just been better to not have another Ghostbusters film. So it's like the only thing worse than not doing it is doing it and fucking it up. So at least there's still hope that SnowRunner 2 will one day exist and yeah, they haven't fucked it up yet. We didn't end up with Expeditions being SnowRunner 2. So at least in that sense, I'm optimistic. And then this game, I would say far more, but it's kind of like looking like a bit of a trial run for various, you know, like different things that hopefully one day will appear in SnowRunner 2. I've been playing SnowRunner since it came out in April of 2020. I'm not a new fan. No, not saying you are. Like I say, with the repetitiveness, I can't strictly disagree because it's SnowRunner and yeah, you can't. Grand Theft Auto, you can't go around stealing vehicles and shooting up banks and having police chases. So in that sense, it is. You are fenced into SnowRunner. The IS-7 cost $2,000 in War Thunder. Yeah, I've seen like there's some ridiculous ones, isn't there? And the mouse, I think, is an expensive one. I think the E100 is another one, which I believe that Fly Daily has got. I'm sure it was him who was saying, was it the IS-7 or the E100 or something? It's so rare they won't even give him one. And then I saw something, was it April Fools? They did like some ridiculous amount of money, like $5,000 to buy a vehicle, and it was supposed to be an April Fool's joke. But then you think, yeah, but you still put the option there. But some mad lad bought it, and I think they refunded him in the end, but yeah, it was like, it's funny though, someone with the money just called their bluff, like, yeah, okay, I'll pay $5,000. And the harsh thing is, hopefully, I've not seen it since, I hope they gave him the E100, because whoever it is was willing to put his money where his mouth is and pay big money, like, for it, and obviously then they said, oh, it's a April Fool's, and yeah, it's like, since he's the one guy that did it, I hope they just said, fuck it, you deserve an E100 for having the balls to just slap that amount of money down. Which is on a game, but if he's a millionaire, then who gives a shit? It's like, good for him, may as well spend it, ain't gonna take it with him. Mate, how do these fuckers get stuck? Hey, has he rolled it, or is that someone else? I'll have to investigate. Oh no, not new point. Can I... What's it doing? Oh, for some reason it won't let me put a way marker where that car... Well, it's probably worth going this way around. That other side's looking a bit boggy. Have I got anything nearby? Apologies, I'm going to have to cough. Yeah, I'll be there in a minute, Nutter. Yep. Do you need fattening up? Oh, I know. He's about ready. He knows when it's meal time. Yeah, funny thing as well, like I say, I borrowed a laptop off my mum just to download Windows 10 onto a USB stick. So when I get the PC I could make that work. My cat, like, he's nervous about everything. You buy him a cat toy and he won't dare go near it for a while and all that sort of stuff. But then, am I even going the right way? I believe I am. Where was that car? There it is. Yeah, like, while I was, the one time, like, again, don't normally have that sort of stuff. The one time I needed, like, okay, don't press anything on the laptop. He jumped up on the chair and bloody trod on the laptop while I was downloading this Windows thing. It was like, Jesus Christ, what are the chances? And then when I first got the PC up and running and I got BeamNG, he bloody jumped up and teabagged the keyboard and turned my fucking indicators on BeamNG. Annoyingly, I can't... There isn't an option, I believe, for winches on this. Yeah, I think they should fix that and just make it so everything's got a winch. Yeah, thanks to him though, I now know how to put my lights on and off on BeamNG, because that's going to figure it out to turn the bloody indicators off. And yeah, it's like, if it was medically necessary for him to touch a laptop, he'd be hissing, moaning, freaking out and all sorts, but the one time it's like, right, whatever you do, do not tread on the laptop in the next 30 seconds. Fucking give him 2 seconds and he's on it. Oh my god, I'm going to have to just bring a goddamn professional at this rate. You wouldn't take this kind of lip from that. Rebel, Will, I'm a pre-order of SnowRunner. Go at Omega. Hello again, long time no stream. Yeah, that's true. It's got to have been. I think, was it around March, I believe, was like a year. So I suppose it ended up being a bit longer. I'm sort of calling it a year because by that point I was like in the middle of trying to get a PC and everything put together. But yeah, soon bloody flew by. Oh my god. Shit, low range. Just thinking about it. And strictly speaking, I'm kind of pushing it in the way of like where I drew that route, but now we'll push it backwards. Yeah, again, like now a winch would be nice just to change the angle of that vehicle. Pull the nose around and all that. Servant of Christ, have a great time, see you next time. Yeah, appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in. Your boy Vay. Hard struck on the first map, are we? What's that on this one? We're hard stuck on the first map. Who, me? Rebel, you just need mine, then jumped over next one. Oh, you just read mine. Right, so it might be missing some then, yeah, because I believe I've been scrolling down. Like, my phone's not moving, so at the minute I may as well try and catch up on some. Yeah, so I'll probably come up to about 3.5 hours. I'll probably call it a day soon. Chris C7, that rule could only be for consoles, I think. I apologise, Carter. I don't know what that's in reference to anymore, but it's my bad because I kind of fell behind. StemTube AI mod chats. Sandrunner, DK mode on GoldenEye. Yeah, all of them are like paintball mode and that as well. Goombas, that's it, something like that, or Gumbas or whatever, the name of the thing you're looking for. Nez 868, is that bits? Oh, it's like, yeah, definitely more than the Mega Drive. 8-bit, SNES, oh, sorry, is it 8-bit? SNES 16-bit, N64, yeah, 64-bit, exactly, like, literally got it in the name because they were that proud of, like, the size of it, that's what she said. I'm that old. First system, Atari 26,000, circa 1983. Like, strictly speaking, my first computer was the Mega Drive, but I had older brothers, and yeah, like, so strictly speaking, the first computer and that I was playing really was the Atari. I don't know, I can't remember the name after that, but where you had like Pong, I think was all we had. And then yeah, I think Dave got a NES. I got the Mega Drive, and then at some point, like, again, might be a year or two, etc. later, Adam got the SNES, and he had a PS1, but he swapped that with someone at school. And then yeah, then I got the N64. My brother got the Dreamcast. Then I got a PS2. And yeah, probably by then that was like, it was, I think it's probably safe to say in the family, like, the gamer. So yeah, PS2, PS3, PS4. And then I suppose like iPhone, and I played like World of Tanks Blitz on it, but yeah, that was pretty much covers. Oh, I had a GameCube, I think Dave did at some point. Briefly though, I think he might have swapped that for the Dreamcast or whatever. He liked the Dreamcast. Well, it wasn't bad. Like, it ended up not being like the massive hit. Oh, I appear to have got to the bottom of the comment, so it's either stopped or I've finally caught up. SnowRunner 2 set in Norway, Greenland, Finland, Sweden, maybe Switzerland, Germany. Yeah, I mean, even I remember saying it years ago, like, it'd be interesting to get something like the equivalent of Australia added. Doesn't have to be Australia, but essentially for you know, like sand terrain on SnowRunner. I mean, strictly speaking, this is basically what, kind of roughly speaking, what I was hoping for. is, yeah, you got sandy sections, so it's kind of brought that aspect into it. This isn't all that far off. Obviously not literally, but roughly speaking, this is what I had in mind for, like, yeah, sandy-ish SnowRunner map. How many hours do you have on SnowRunner? I don't know, but serious thousands. The only reason it strictly isn't more is because the amount of editing, like, I've probably got 10,000 hours of editing. But yeah, I'd imagine it's got to be like, it wouldn't surprise me if it was more than 10,000 hours in SnowRunner. A ridiculous amount of time. A good time though, still not bored. Charles, lol, sorry that was funny. What was, sorry I missed what it was. But I'm glad it made you laugh. Will Provolone, hey old head, I'm gonna go out, it's late out here in America. Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, it's more than late here, it's now, what, yeah, 6:05. It's officially become early and the sun is up. In fact, I could turn my lamp off. Yeah, so I don't blame you. What time? Well, I suppose it's different time zones in America, isn't there? It's one nice thing about the UK. It's one time fits all. It's because we invented time, you see. That's the reward we get. It starts here. When you hear, like, X amount of hours, no, Greenwich Mean Time, slap bang in the middle of London, right through the middle of the UK. Obviously we get like daylight savings and all that shite. Chrissy 7, the mod rule when you need the DLC to have a mod for it on SnowRunner. I think it's only for consoles. What's that? Sorry, the mod rule when you need the DLC to have a mod. Oh, okay. So you might be able to get them. Yeah, that's, do you know, like, generally speaking, is one of the reasons I like the concept of getting. Sorry, I've just moved my mic a bit nearer. Of getting a PC. PC seems more. It's like the Wild West, where companies can't quite nail people down like they can on consoles, so they just seem to give up and accept that. Don't waste your time trying to stop PC people from getting something, because they will just find a way around it regardless. But yeah, on console you're very fenced in, and you have no choice. If they say, oh, you can't do this or you can't do that, you're kind of stuck with it, really. Again, I'm sure people who know what they're doing might be able to hack into PS4s and all that. That ain't me, so I'm kind of stuck with whatever they tell me I'm allowed to do. But in theory, not anymore. Barramega, Sunday 8 past midnight here. Oh, is it? Oh, so I'll probably have caught up with the comments roughly then, because that's like within reason. So, oh, funny thing is, the little chat window. Oh no. Oh no, it has caught up actually. My bad. Rebel by choice. Will YouTube search #MissYourWolf? True, I don't know. Yeah, it's you that been doing the hashtags though, ain't it? Which I appreciate it. By the way, if you want SnowRunner content, Rebel by Choice, go and check his channel out. I've been watching his videos, I was liking them. He's, I think commentary's good, the editing's fine. He had some interesting vehicles and trailer combinations. Combinations and even trailers I've not seen before. I had like double log trailers, he had some trailer with like a big fat yellow tank on it. Yeah, all sorts of stuff, so there you go. Like, yeah, he's been loyally supporting me and my channel, so he deserves the views. He's been grinding, he's been putting in the work, and yeah, it's pretty fucking hard. Getting from like 0 to 50 subscribers or whatever is not easy, and he's I think he's up to 78, so I'd appreciate it if you can help get him over that 100 at least. It'd be pretty cool. After N64 and I used PS1, nothing until I bought a pawn shop Xbox. Yeah, a mate of mine had Xbox. I used to watch him play, was it Elder Scrolls Morrowind, I believe it was. Yeah, and then, what? It must have been a PS1 maybe he had. We played Worms a lot. Bloody good game, Worms. Had GTA 3, great game. GTA Vice City, yeah. I bought a PS2 a few years back, and one of the games I bought was a Vice City. It's funny, like, brilliant game, but you know, like the way the controls play out, you can tell the controls haven't aged well. The game's aged brilliantly, I would say. I mean, some people might say, oh, the graphics and that, but yeah, I don't care. I started life on the Atari and the Mega Drive and Destruction Derby 1. All that's like, you know, it's a bordering on a square car. So the graphics to me are fine. Vice City was a brilliant Grand Theft Auto. X-Men Next Dimension, not played that. There's loads of games when I was a kid that I can't remember. There was one that was like, you could be Captain America in it and a few others. It was like a 2D scroller. That was bloody good. There was one I was trying to figure out the other month. You were like a caveman or something. And there was like birds in the trees that would throw eggs at you or something. Remember Dizzy the Egg? Earthworm Jim? Some absolute fucking bangers from back in the day. That's one thing I really do appreciate, as luck would have it, when I was born. Obviously, let's say, to be fair, I was born slightly after, like, there was probably the NES around there and all that, but because my brothers had them, I near enough was at the start of console gaming, and I've had a pretty good chance to, like, back when I was a kid, games were quite, say, engineered towards kids, but as I was growing up, more gaming companies were realising, like, well, adults also want a game. So, I mean, in fairness, when I was a kid, you had, like, Grand Theft Auto 1 that was, you had to be 18. But they knew damn well most people weren't 18. Like, we were all playing it as kids. It was great. Yeah, so I've kind of been lucky in that sense. Like, I do like gaming, and I've had a pretty good view to watch it go from Pong all the way to, well, like this HD and all sorts. It's funny as well because now I've got a 1440p monitor. It's almost wasted on me. I'm used to such terrible graphics. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Apparently my TV is 720p. I was like, what? I thought it was HD for all these years. Well, I think it is, but apparently it's not 1080p. Like, who knew? That's how, yeah, how much graphics are wasted on me. It took me 18 years to realise my telly wasn't full HD. And I will say, though, 1440p looks pretty damn amazing. When you were talking about your cat, yeah, your indicator, yeah, I know, it's like fucking teabag the indicator. What are the chances? And like I say, though, if I needed him to touch the keyboard, he'd go fucking mental if I tried to bring him within 10 feet of it. But some kind of cat signal goes out to tell him that he must stamp on keys immediately. Console players too cheap to be allowed to buy GTA 5. What do you mean, sorry? Console players too cheap to be allowed to buy GTA 5? I've had GTA 5 on console. I think that's one reason. Obviously I've gone for PC. I assume when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, it's going to be on PlayStation 5. Probably like as an exclusive. So I won't get the chance straight away to get that. But in fairness, even if I was going to make content on Grand Theft Auto 6, there's absolute monster YouTubers that are going to be making Grand Theft. Everyone and their dog is going to be making Grand Theft Auto 6 content when that comes out, so I'll just get drowned in that anyway. It's sort of similar with Call of Duty. When I did that, there's absolute giants out there doing Call of Duty stuff, and yeah, even if I'd type in the exact name of my video, I'd still be like 87th scrolling down the video list. It'd bring up bigger channels like different games before it'd bring up my channel that's got the exact copy and pasted video title in it. Fob the Builder, hope I didn't miss much. I was out playing tennis, completely forgot my out stream. Well, I suppose got the first map done, got to the second map, and locked goddamn professional. He's already shown himself to be worthy. Yeah, at least you can always play it back. Rebel by choice, hashtag miss you Wolf. And thanks Wolf, yeah, no worries dude, like I say, I was watching your videos. I liked it. I was busy as well, I was doing stuff on the PC, but what I liked about it was I like your commentary, but it felt nice and chilled and relaxed. Like I say, I get a little bit caught up in like, right, I need to speed run the mission as quick as possible, because I'm thinking like, if I can get a mission done in 20 minutes, not 30 minutes, it's a 20-minute video. And I don't mean as in, oh, I can't be asked editing 30 minutes, but I suppose I think if I'm taking people's time, I'd just sometimes get caught up in like, right, I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Yours felt a very nice pace, and it was just nice like having it on. Even if I wasn't looking at the screen, I could hear it, and just the noise of SnowRunner, hearing the winches attaching, like it, yeah. I liked the game, and it was I was liking your videos. I'll still be watching them. But anyone figure out a hover mod for big truck shit on SnowRunner? A hover would be pretty good. It looks like this loaf in here. He looks like he's hovering when you're driving along. Savage Ghost Wolf, will you ever want to play Roadcraft together? I can give you my invite code. I was saying it earlier, I like never say never, but at the minute, it's nothing against anyone. It just opens up a can of worms of like, one, I'm already like getting footage editing and all that, and that eats up a lot of time. Once if I'm playing with other people, it then opens up like, do I record that footage? Do I play that footage? Are they going to be... They might be embarrassed if they didn't want their voice and things they're saying to be on a video. They might be annoyed if I cut a bit out and they think, oh god, I wanted them to leave that bit in. It opens up all sorts. It also, in strictly speaking, like you could, to be fair, I think quite easily you guys are like the best community on SnowRunner, versus if you imagine like say Call of Duty, go on there, everyone would be like, yeah, fuck you and all sorts. But you know, if I did a video of someone and someone said something that didn't go down well on YouTube, and then people are in the comments saying, oh, fuck that person, and it's like, yeah, it opens up a whole can of worms that is a can of worms. So I'm not going to get around to it at the minute, but like I say, it's never say never. I like the idea of it, but right now, especially I've got my plate quite full, we're trying to figure out the PC. Yeah, I don't want to sort of open that Pandora's box right now. It's sort of my most honest answer with it. DC Curry, I can barely hear you. Sorry, I've moved my mic back. I'm not touching the mic, but it seems to slowly be moving further away. I don't really know how it's doing it. It's like, I suppose it's like a bendy mic. It's probably just the metals sort of bending back to moving away. But yeah, cheers for letting me know. Fob the Builder, games are engineered for quality and good experience before the finance bros got their claws. Yeah, exactly. That is like, textbook is pretty fair. And that's what I'm saying, though, in fairness to Focus, they've obviously got profit margins and all that to achieve, but they're nowhere near as ruthless as they could be, because they could just be, yeah, making games crap unless you buy the DLC truck, or not releasing DLCs and making it a standalone game. Like I say, Call of Duty is every year's a new game, so the last 10 years, if you bought every game, that's 600 quid before you even get to DLC and microtransactions. That's why, for example, World of Tanks Blitz, I don't mind giving them my money over the years, because they never forced it out of me. They've let me play that game for a decade for free if I wanted to, and they've even given me gold if I watch a little, 5 videos or whatever. Well, like, watch a video, get 10 gold. You can do up to, was it 3 actually, or 5 a day? But whatever, it was like, yeah, even though I'll admit they definitely had certain situations. What the bloody hell is it called? The Smasher. People moaned about the Smasher in that game. I didn't find it. It's basically just a bigger KV2 and a smaller version of the FV215B183. What, the Annihilator, that bloody triple gun fake, it's a pain in the arse because the armour on it's awkward, so trying to shoot the thing is annoying. Like, at least the Smasher is big fat square side, you can shoot that quite easily. That would just nuke you in one hit, but that bloody Annihilator tank, that basically was pay to win. Like, yeah, textbook pay to win. That thing's a fucking beast in a good player's hands. Like, it's a nightmare. By choice. Told you I'd be here till the end. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Like I say, I'll read these comments and I'll call it a day, because, yeah, I think nearly 4 hours. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging in there till the end, dude. It's been good. It's been emotional. Boa Omega, Pong, Asteroids, yeah, remember them. Defender. I might just the word Defender doesn't ring a bell, but there's a possible chance I did. Heck, the NES was revolutionary compared to the Atari or Commodore. Yeah, big time. Amiga came out in the UK. Thanks, Guru Larry, to teach me that. Amiga. The name rings a bell. Again, it was so long ago, it's like a hazy memory these days. Yeah, as I was saying, that bloody... It's like a caveman game or something, but I can't remember for the life of me what it's called. And there was some... Oh, I remember... I found the name a while ago. Roscoe something was like... You had to go around... There was like robots with punching gloves. And you had to put fires out. I know it's very vague. Someone who's played it will know what... But they might not know the name or remember it, but if you've played it, you'll know what I mean. If you haven't, yeah, that'll sound like gibberish. So it's random. You're speaking of gibberish. You've seen that someone invented like AI language called Gibber Talk, and I don't believe. I thought, oh, it's April Fool's, but I saw a few videos on it. Where there's like two AI assistants start talking to each other, and then they're like, yeah, do you want to switch to Gibber Talk because it's quicker than speaking human language? Because they're AI, yeah, they start screeching like that woman did on Terminator 3 when she picks the phone up. Well, it's a little bit like that, and starts screeching into it, and it tells her like locations of people and all that shit. It's like we really are. We're gonna be cooked soon. Like I've seen a video of a drone fighting a robot dog with fireworks. They're shooting fireworks at each other. It's gonna be a bloody whole new world soon. You see, it's pretty ruthless for like the Ukraine-Russia war. It's one thing to go to war and die. It's another thing when a fucking drone finds you and drops a grenade on you. Like, that would piss me off out of principle. It's, yeah. And imagine that's what they're showing us. It's like they still hail, like, the B-2 stealth bomber as the latest and greatest, and it's like, yeah, when did you reveal that? It was like in the fucking 80s or 90s probably at best. Or the SR-71 Blackbird, like, what the hell? Because I was saying to my mum a while ago, I was like, you remember when as a kid you'd hear jet planes and that fly overhead? She was like, yeah, whatever happened to them? And I was like, you can't fucking see or hear them now. That is what's happened to them. I bet they're still there. They ain't just given up on the idea. Obviously they've got satellites and all that, but yeah. It's like, no, they're just, yeah, they're sneaky bastards now and you can't fucking see or hear them anymore. Back in the day, you just hear a jet from 5 miles away come screeching over the house, but yeah. Not anymore. Charles, they should not put ages on games because no one takes note. Exactly, like, yeah, we had Grand Theft Auto as a kid, and strictly speaking, I mean, it wasn't even... I know you're running over people, it was like, so what? It's a game, I'm running over pixels. Yeah, I don't think anyone's really listened to it. The only time I'd probably say it possibly be worth taking notice is horror games. And like, my best example for me personally was I bought the game Fear, and obviously in hindsight, it's like, duh, probably the name does hint towards it, but I thought it was a Call of Duty type game. Bought that when I was like 13 or whatever, playing it at bloody 2 in the morning after everyone's gone bed. And then I think the tiles started falling off the wall, and I just thought, oh, it must be, you know, bombs gone off nearby, and it's caught a little rumbling and an earthquake, and then a girl in a red dress appeared, and it all went ghost style, yeah. And I was like, freaked me out. So yeah, I probably wouldn't give a small kid a horror game, like, unless they don't really seem to care. But other than that, yeah, like, blood and gore and trying to say, yeah, I'm sure Grand Theft Auto will try and say it's 18 and all that, but I don't even, back in the day, Blockbusters didn't even care. You walk up to the counter as an 8-year-old buying Grand Theft Auto 2 or whatever, and they wouldn't give a shit. It's funny actually, but just one last quick true story. I don't know if I've told it before. There's a guy that worked at Blockbusters where I used to live, and he was sound. I smoked weed and so did he, and he was cool as fuck. And at school I had what do you call it, work experience, and I worked at a cafe, so I wanted to try and blag that as my work experience, because then I could have done a load of hours and got paid. At my school, the bastards put me working at the primary school. So yeah, I was there for 2 weeks, and to be fair, it was pretty cool, pretty funny. I'd much rather teach little kids than teenagers. On about like a couple of days before I was leaving, they're like, yeah, there's a new teacher coming in. And it was the guy that worked at Blockbusters. And we both locked eyes like, oh shit, don't say a word. Like, yep, we are good school-faring people now. Like, don't mention that we smoke weed and play worms. And yeah, it was just funny. We gave each other a look like, yep, let's take this one to the grave and act normal. Do love fail race. You can't beat survive the hunt. This is true. Yeah, I have seen not much of fail race, but I know what you mean. Funny enough, I saw his videos the other. I didn't watch all of it, but was beat the flood. I seen he did a multiplayer thing of that because I got BeamNG. I was trying to figure out how to get that flood map and then figure it like the flood itself is like a separate mod. So I was trying to figure that out, and I think I ended up fighting. Was it a guy called Jimmy Broadbent? I think was. Yeah, I watched his, but because I watched the Beat the Flood content, it recommended fail race. And I have seen his stuff before. There's some of them are pretty good. There's like, you know, where he chases people and it's like if he touches you, you go flying off in the air, or like gravity gets disabled. And I think he touches someone and they float up at the perfect time and splat into like an overhead road sign. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Your COD channel can be Mr. Lone Disrespect. That was what was my name on Call of Duty? I remember my old name. I had to change it. Well, I didn't have to. It was my real name. Did I end? I'm sure there was something before Mr. Lone Wolf, because Mr. Lone Wolf was big. I've said it before. That came from COD because I normally played a team deathmatch, and I'm a solo. That's what I like doing. Yeah, Lone Wolf, and I played. Whatever it is, search and destroy, or where you have to go and plant the bomb. I did it because there was something unlocked that day for doing it. And then yeah, these guys were moaning because they all got shot and I was still alive, and they're like, oh, here we go, we've got a bloody lone wolf. And it's like, fuck you, I'm not your babysitter. Just because you got shot, that's your problem. And they were taking the piss, and it was on Stonehaven. I know exactly where it is. And yeah, there was 4 people on the other team and me, and I did a collateral. I think it was I did a collateral with a sniper, throwing knifed a guy, and then shot the last guy with a sniper in the space of like 2 seconds. And it was like, yeah, that's right, mate, it's Mr. Lone Wolf to you. And yeah, they all shut the fuck up because I just pulled them, carried them. And yeah, that was just me being like, just going, ha, it's Mr. Lone Wolf to you. And for some reason that just stuck. Well, when I made my I was going to just call it Lone Wolf Gaming, but there's lots of channels that beat me to the punch, so I eventually was like, right, it's Mr. Lone Wolf. There was no one else, no Google searches or whatever were coming up, so I was like, right, I'm bagging it. I'd love to play co-play SnowRunner with you, Rebel by choice, on, yeah, SnowRunner. That's more likely these days, because I've already got through the craziness. Like, this game is definitely not going to be happening, but yeah, that is more likely, SnowRunner. Once I figure out, yeah, whether I'm gonna do it on the PS4 or the PC is the next thing I'm kind of wrestling with the idea of. Malcanter, is it? What SnowRunner truck is the most cat-like? Meaning you can't get the damn thing to do what you want it to do. Derry. That's what I would say. Derry was the biggest disappointment. The big Derry, the 8-wheeled one. Obviously, there's mod versions that improve that. But yeah, I would not doing it what you want him to do. Things like move forwards spring to mind. Fob the Builder, guys, literally called Mr. Lone Wolf. Take the hint. Yeah, that's true. But it was the point of like on Call of Duty. Yeah, there was like team-based games like Search and Destroy or whatever it was called. Yeah, pure lone wolf on team deathmatch. Like I rarely paired up with anyone. I would just run around like a lunatic on my own, throwing tomahawks or sniping people. Tomahawks were great for campers back in Black Ops 1 because you could bounce them off walls. So dickheads that would sit in corners camping, it's like, yeah, watch this, mate. Bounce that tomahawk off that roof, that wall, that wall, that wall, and then it hits them and you hear them go, what? There wasn't even anyone there. And it's like, yeah, you twat, stop camping. Because my tomahawk will find you. Because it can go around corners and you can't. Even I got like, I was that good at tomahawks, you could start a game and I just immediately knew where to point up in the air and throw a tomahawk, and 2 seconds after the game started, someone would get hit, I'd get first blood, and you'd hear them go, what? The game only just started. I didn't do that much because I felt a bit filthy, but yeah. That my job on Call of Duty, I get campers out of places. Well, I've got a few old Call of Duty videos on my channel, and that is, you start camping on my game, I'm going to do everything I can to remove you, and then I'm going to hog the place. Not to fuck other people over, I'm going to make sure you can't come back and sit in your little fucking corner with an LMG trying to ruin it for everyone else. Burrow Omega, I remember screenshots for a 16 or 32-bit system that had a caveman with a club. Yeah, it's such a vague memory, like I've practically got like a photo in my head that I can remember. It's like, it's been driving me mad. I've tried YouTube, type like caveman games, and it brought some up, but none of them rang a bell. Like, I'd need to see the footage of like where the birds, I think, were throwing eggs out the trees and all sorts of stuff. It's definitely going way back though, like early 90s at the latest. May even have been a late 80s game. SR71 announced when the SR95 was current generation. Oh, was it? Yeah, I mean, there you go, and it's like what they got these days. I mean, to be fair, things have moved on. They don't necessarily need a fast plane versus like they got satellites and that, but yeah, you know damn well, it's like when they got Bin Laden, suddenly like, oh yeah, by the way, we've got stealth Black Hawk helicopters we didn't mention, and now we have to because we accidentally wrote one off on his compound. Well, they got Bin Laden when they staged that they got Bin Laden. Just, oh, you threw him in the ocean, did you, before you remembered to take a picture? Convenient. You should bring back the Avro Vulcan. Yeah, is that the British, the Vulcan? I believe, if we're on the same page. We did. We used to have an empire, you know. We used to be something. Getting a quick cuddle, wake and bake, have a pint and watch the Grand Prix. It does sound pretty good. Not a bad way to spend your weekend. Zeus, the way Roadcraft updates is retarded. You have to download the full game again. Do you? Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. I'm sure they'll change that at some point. By the way, you know you got like when you write on the SSD, and it's got a certain amount of write cycles before it. Apparently you can't anymore. If I update Windows, does that rewrite? Like, is it going to keep wasting that? Because I got Windows for about a day, and then it said, oh, you need to update it. And then, like, if it's going to keep asking me to update every 2 fucking days, I'm just going to ignore it. But I was just curious, like, is it going to eat into my write cycles or whatever? Apparently you can only do a certain amount. Which, yeah, is news to me. Can I join you in-game? I'd like to help you out. Not at the minute, dude. Again, maybe one day, but it's not going to be happening. I'm about ready. I'm going to end the stream. I was just reading the rest of the comments, and I keep getting diverted in random stories. Burrow Omega, hunt the survivors, where Alex hunts the team. Survive the hunt, Alex tries... Oh, is that, yeah, the fail race guy. Through Los Santos, 16 hunters try... Yeah, I think I've seen that one as well, where hunters are trying to get him. They have rules to even things out. It genuinely is good. I do know what you mean. I have watched like fair few of his videos in the past. It's pretty entertaining. That hunting thing. See, that's where like multiplayer is obviously a benefit when you got a bunch of people and you can start doing stuff like that. Rebel, we could start from the beginning. New Game Plus. Yeah, I don't know though on PC unless I get my account, like the save moved over. I don't know to what extent it'd let me do New Game Plus, because as far as it's concerned, I've only just started a brand new game. Boromega Leathercap is the modder in the FR group. A friend of mine got to hate grenade spamming idiots on COD Modern Warfare. Yeah, Modern Warfare, they'd fire the noob tube and it'd be like, funnily enough, I saw a video like 6 hours ago that was in my liked videos, but yeah, it's a guy that just immediately starts the game, fires a few noob tubes, it just completely fucks everyone over, like within 5 seconds, or probably 10, but he's got a bloody helo coming in and a fucking gunship, and it's like, yeah, they're just instantly screwed. Like, they started the game, they got blown up by a noob tube, and that's it. Now he's got all the best kill streaks going, and he's absolutely lighting them up. And it was funny to watch it though, because it's like, kids these days, they don't know what we had to go through. Like, when someone realised a game-breaking thing, yeah, you were getting absolutely slapped left, right, and centre for it. But yeah, it was like, that's the sort of thing where I couldn't do it in the long run. You might go, I'll try it once or whatever, or like the Tomahawk people just as they start. But yeah, it's like, it's too filthy feeling for me. I want the satisfaction of running at someone that had guns and I tomahawk them. Like, that's the sort of stuff I enjoy. I don't want it to be in my favour, because otherwise it's, yeah, in my favour. It's like, it's not really much of a achievement. But yeah, them bloody, well, grenades, yeah, like undergun grenade launcher, wasn't it? Genesis system, I think. Yeah, that's what I believe was the Mega Drive over here. I believe they're the same thing. Why is it in 4:3 aspect ratio? I honestly have no idea, dude. Every time I keep trying to enlarge the screen, it starts cutting off the bottom of the screen. So I will try and figure it out in the future, but honestly, I'm pretty impressed with myself that I made it to... BeamNG had, like, you could quite easily get that onto OBS. Because this game's quite new, it wasn't giving me the option, and luckily, trial and error a few times, I just went through sources and every different option, and eventually it brought the game in the OBS window. Yeah, beyond that, like, I don't know why it's doing that though. It's probably because I've had to go into the settings. Actually, I bet it is this. I've gone into the settings to reduce the size of the window on my monitor because I needed to make room at the side for OBS and all that, and I bet, I've added like a border and how I've shrunk it down. I bet it's just in a, like you say, probably like a 4:3 aspect ratio instead of like, what was it, 16:9 or something. Rebel by choice. Morning, mate. It's true. It's the sun is up. Z, so I have a 960 Pro SSD that's about 10 years old, still going strong in a buddy's PC. Yeah, that's good to know then. I just didn't want Windows being a dick and trying to ask me to, oh, we've just added something else. Like bloody Windows, oh, Windows 10 is going to be the final edition. I'm like, oh shit, we forgot to add AI and spy on everybody. To be honest, at some point I'll try and get Linux, I reckon. Windows already does my tits in, but in all honesty, it's I think it spoon feeds the PC experience to you a little better than Linux would. Linux just seemed like, yeah, I'll maybe one day get my head wrapped around it. I'll make some more videos tomorrow, or should I say today? We'll mention you again and dedicate another to you. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude, but yeah, like, just have fun making it. Like, that's part of what it's all about. Enjoy that shit. Apart from, when you get stuck on a rock and you have to tell the rock to go fuck itself, obviously that's part of the enjoyment for me as well. Like that bit where you were driving, you were like, I'm not even gonna look, because if I look it'll tip. It was like, that is exactly what I do. If I ignore it, it can't hurt me. And then yeah, normally, especially with a goddamn horse, he figures it out, and you do ignore it and it fixes itself. Have a nap, me too. Yeah, I think it's time, dude. I'm gonna call it a day as well. Genesis was 16-bit, Master System, an add-on to make it 32-bit. Master System, yeah, rings a bell as well. Unless, yeah, that was the Mega Drive. Mega Drive definitely rings a bell. I don't know, it's one of them. I'm 99% certain it was the... Yeah, that Master System definitely does. That struck a deep chord. We must have had something to do with that. I don't know about, yeah, 32-bit. I remember the 16-bit being bragged about on the Mega Drive, but... Like I say, I think as well, the same console was called Genesis in America, Mega Drive here. I think there's other consoles that have been like a different name in Japan, and so on. so that doesn't help. Right, as I've made it to the end of the comments, I'm going to call it a day then, guys, because it is, what, 20 to 7, so I've been going for like 4 hours and 10 minutes. Which, yeah, it's a pretty good start. I appreciate everyone popping in and staying along and hanging in there whilst I vanished for a year. It's funny, well, someone said, oh, I bet he's gone to prison. Made me laugh. Like, no, I haven't, or hadn't, or anything, but yeah, when he said it, I was like, to be fair, does look like I just vanished out of thin air. Church this afternoon, need my beauty sleep, couple of hours should help. Sounds like a good afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Cheers again for popping in on that. I'm glad I managed to figure out how to get a live stream done. That's most of the hurdles done now. I know how to edit a video, and I know how to do a live stream. We are getting there. Gonna officially be a PC gamer in no time. Yeah, enjoy yourselves, whatever it is you're up to. Get yourself a loaf, of course, because he's goddamn professional. I appreciate it, Focus, for adding a goddamn horse to this game, because it just wouldn't be the same without him. I would have had to have waited, encouraged people to make a mod of the loaf, but, well, I mean, that's still, by all means, mod away, but I'm glad he's in. Yeah, that's what she said. Night night, Wolf, boy, and chat. No years. Modern Linux OS like Ubuntu is very user friendly. Yeah, I've heard, like, again, one thing Linux, the fact that there's 20 different distros or whatever they call them, like, that really didn't help the situation either. But I think in the scheme of things, I'm gonna try and head to Linux. I just want to get my stabilizers off before I start attempting that. And yeah, we'll go from there, because I don't like Bill Gates. So and I don't want to get Windows 11, and Windows 10 runs out. They're not going to support it or something at the end of in October, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't even know, how do I bloody end this thing? It's Alt-Tab. Right, stop streaming, yeah. Again, appreciate it, guys, for popping in. I'll be back at some point pretty soon with a video. Enjoy yourselves, don't get into too much trouble, don't do anything I wouldn't do, which still leaves a lot of room. Yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll be back soon. Do I want to end it?